Yeah, I just made it live.
What's
He just
up?
wanted to. He didn't want to go live.
Is my microphone working?
Yeah. Are you the new guy?
Am I the new guy? Maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe.
we had two new guys here, man, and one of them left right when this guy
Alright.
joined. Right when DB was talking about his damn dog.
Depends on what
Yeah,
you mean by new.
Like this. Where have you been around this week?
Yeah. I just got
Okay.
back into the whole gun channels thing.
Yeah, I just got out of it. I went to fucking chat rehab. It was crazy.
It didn't work very well because you're back.
Yeah, but you know, I'm like once in a while I'll jump in here. Usually before my chat rehab doctor's visit.
Rehab. I need to go to gun rehab. I haven't shot in over like 4 months. I'm starting to get antsy here.
Yeah, it sucks, man. What is it? Everything in well. I forgot what it is. Nothing to the extreme, right?
Moderate.
So you're saying I shouldn't like join every single chat every day all the time?
Unless we're getting something out.
Well, that's actually I'm cleared because I skipped hit or miss last night, Tuesday night, 9 o'clock. I freaking slept right through it, dude. Night Strike was texting me and shit, like, "Where are you? What the hell?" I was like,
He's like, "Hurry up! This is an emergency."
Well,
hurry up! Heavy B is talking about fucking shock buffers in his clock.
Technically, all he did was send me a text that said "hit or miss?" ? But no, dude, I fell asleep about 8 o'clock. I woke up at 3 in the morning. I was just like, where am I? What the fuck? I was all disoriented and shit. So I jumped into the lobby. Dead Horse and G-Wubs were still up. And I think there's a couple other people in there, but they were talking. I talked to them for a few minutes. And I was just like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, wrong. Come on now. Come here, you fucking idiot.
Man, reminds me of my retarded dog. Why don't you just...
This dog's a jerk. This dog's a jerk, but I'm even a bigger jerk, so it's fine.
Why don't you just...
Yeah, it definitely takes after its owner, dude.
Yeah.
Because you don't tend to like people.
Some guy was trying to sneak up on me, man. He said, nah, go away.
Yo, listen, bro, I don't mean you no harm.
Yeah, he was... This guy was going to ask me for directions. I'm positive of it. You could tell he had that, like, excuse me, Then my dog takes over from there. Basically in dog language is, get the fuck away from us right now.
My dog hates me. Every single time I walk, either growl at me or try to bite me.
Then we live next to this fancy restaurant. Come here. And he goes and he pees right near the entrance. It's really fucked up. Because sometimes the host, the host is looking at me. He's like, Jesus Christ, are you serious?
So is it an outdoor dog?
No, he's an indoor guy. I walk him.
Yeah, dude, you keep your dog in a kennel outside all year round.
I'm not that guy. It's like, yeah, my dog's chained to a tree. Once every Christmas, we bring him inside on Christmas. I know people like that, and I want to fucking put a bullet through their head.
Well, my mom actually had a dog that they would like let him inside the house in the winter, and he would like break windows and push out screens and shit to get outside, and then he would just like lay in the front yard. Like he hated being in the house. They had to, like, if it was super cold, like he had a doghouse and shit with straw and all that, but if it was super cold, they'd put him in the garage because it was like a little warmer than the doghouse, and they'd have to like, board up all the doors and shit because he would start scratching and like trying to get out. And like I said, every time he got out, he could run away, but instead he was just like playing in the yard. Like he stuck around. He just didn't want to be inside a building.
See, if you keep your dog outside, that just shows negligence. Honestly, that just shows that you're terrible dog.
The other fucked up thing is, okay, I mean, I'll tell you something. This is so fucked because I'll tell you these stories, but then you'll be like, why didn't you kill the guy? And I'd be like, well, because it's, my girlfriend's nephew or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But they had like the cousin or something. So there's nothing I can do. There's nothing really I could have done, but they had this thing like a wolf dog.
Like,
and then the wolf dog was so big and like uncontrollable.
Was it literally a wolf dog, or was it?
No, it was half. It was like
it was like a
domesticated.
Hybrid.
Oh, yeah. I see.
There was a guy growing up that had. Oh, he dropped out. There was a guy who lived down the street from me. He had 2 of them. I think they were both like 50% wolf, 50% like husky or Malamute or whatever. I don't know exactly. I just remember as a kid, he used to always, take them out and stuff, and they were pretty damn big dogs.
Like that. Have their wild tendencies still.
Well, I mean, they were well behaved. I mean, you could go up to them and stuff. Like, they weren't aggressive or anything. But yeah, they were cool dogs.
Did the 2 act like they were in a wolf pack together?
I don't know. I mean, they walked together. I mean, I only ever saw him when he was like walking them, like I was a kid playing outside or whatever. And he would come by and we'd all stop like playing hockey or whatever and go play with the dogs for a minute. Then they'd keep going. So I don't know. I never saw them like playing with each other or, chasing shit or anything. So I don't know. But yeah, they probably definitely like pack animals. And that's, like I said, because they were well behaved, he probably definitely, established himself as like the alpha or whatever. Because they would hang around, like they would hang around him no matter what. Like they weren't pulling on the leash or nothing. They were just like walking with him.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, DB's gone. It's safe to come back.
I knew some people that lived by my grandparents' house, and they raised a few ducks. It was a male and a female from the same litter, I guess you could call it, same batch of eggs. And they used to follow their owner, and they lived on a lake. Like, my grandparents had a pier off this big lake, and they would go on the lake, and then when the owner would call them, they both fly to the owner and just walk behind him in a straight line.
That's kind of funny.
Usually dogs protect their owner, so usually they walk behind him. It's like a wolf pack mentality.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. I've seen a lot of dogs that just, drag their owners around.
Yeah, sometimes the dog think he's the boss.
Yeah, it took me a while to break my huskies in. They would always just pull on the leash, but it's because like they wanted to pull, you know what I mean? So like when I put my rollerblades on and I could actually keep up with them, then the leash would be slacked and they'd just be happy as could be, Yeah. But if I was walking, I was going too slow for them and they would try and pull. And so I had to like loop, and so they weren't pulling on their neck. I would loop the leash around like, the front, like around their chest, almost like a harness, but it was just a regular leash. And then that, like, they would feel comfortable and then they would walk with a normal speed. And then they wouldn't be pulling against me. It was really weird. But if it was just around their neck, they'd be pulling like crazy. Like, come on, dude, you're going too slow. Hurry up.
Yeah, if you have like one of those leashes that go on their necks, they usually like drag you around. But the harness, usually they walk normally.
Yeah, this was it was a hybrid. Because I just looped it around itself. And then the other one, which I picked up from that TV show, the Caesar, the dog master or whatever.
Caesar.
If you put the leash like right behind their ears and like keep their head up, then they walk normal. It's when they can put their head down that they are in like pulling mode because they're all in a straight line.
You're talking about Caesar Milan, the dog whisperer, right?
There you go. Yeah, dog whisperer. Dog master, whisperer, whatever, same thing.
So what were you saying about that again?
Well, just if you put the leash like if you put it around like the top part of their neck, like almost right behind their ears, it keeps their head up, and then they don't pull.
My mom taught me how to do that from watching that show.
Yeah. Man, it is snowing like crazy outside today. That's awesome.
Where do you live?
Just outside Detroit.
Hudson, it's snowing on and off pretty often.
Yeah, it's hot here in Miami. Super hot.
Screw you too.
Yeah, here near the Russian border, it's not snowing, but it's cold, like minus 5 degrees.
Are you in Russia yet?
No, we are not in Russia, but with my country riots and Putin expansion, I think I will speak Russia soon.
That's what I'm saying. Russia's moving in, dude. You better start learning it. At least then you get some cool AKs. It might be worth it.
Oh my god.
By the way, did you guys see the AK in 9mm made in Romania?
Oh, by Kalashnikov, USA.
Yeah, right here in Florida. They're real near my office, actually.
I don't like that.
It's hard to talk if you mute yourself, dude. I mean, I know we interrupt each other, but he interrupted himself.
True. Yeah, I think those AK 9mm from Kalashnikov USA are pretty interesting.
Yeah, but
I don't get the
one
point.
made in Romania, it's under $500.
Yeah, the price.
The price is quite cheap.
Yeah, but what's the point?
I don't know. Have fun. I mean, you can practice. I don't know. You can practice with less recoil. Usually, you can have it as a pistol, and I don't know, use it as a trunk gun. But the price is sweet. Actually, like 9mm carbines. I like them.
Yeah, but what's the quality like? That'd be the deciding.
It's still an AK. Yeah, that's true.
The quality
But,
from
Well, you can make a crappy quality AK. I think Century Arms has shown us that. It's not necessarily.
well, you know what? Actually, I do own a C39 V2, and it's quite cool.
C3PO?
Yeah,
How's the weight with the V2? It being milled.
super heavy. Super heavy.
Yeah, see, I figured that. That's why I always said, I'd rather have the RAS 47 because it's stamped steel receiver.
Yeah, but it's definitely heavier.
See, I'm a weakling. I have a Palmetto upper on my first AR build, and they use one of those thick profile stainless steel barrels, and I can barely hold that thing up. So anything that's heavy, I'm always skeptical of that.
Yeah, but that one is pretty heavy, but it runs like a champ, and it's very well made. The quality, you can tell about. They step it up with the V2s.
All the AK.
For sure. Yeah, he muted himself again.
Usually the AK not about the quality, it's about durability.
That's true.
Look ugly as fuck, but it can shoot like in any condition. That was the point of the AK.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
To work in the jungle, to work at minus 40 degrees in the Siberia, or to work in the desert of Iraq and Afghanistan.
And actually, they're still doing all of those things that you just said. They're still working in all of those conditions today.
Yeah.
I have never shot or held an AK in my life, so I couldn't speak for that.
I hold the Special Forces AK and MP5s, and I usually cut up the AKs. That's my job.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, destroying a lot of AKs.
That's pretty cool. No, they're cool, bro. But
Wait, your job is to destroy AKs? What?
Yeah, my job was to cut them up for export or demilitarization.
I mean, it's cool that then it was exported to people, but you should have just pretended to cut them up and send them out anyways.
Dude, that's illegal. Dude, you can't do that. He would have probably lost his job.
No, they inspect every box. You cut it up and put it in a box.
Besides, it has to
Or
go
in a bag.
to the American
And
customer.
they
So
usually inspect that a lot.
yeah, exactly.
Okay,
And
I'll
some
slip you an extra 20, and you send me one that's cut up, and we'll all be good.
Yeah,
I
true.
won't say
At least a
nothing.
trigger control or
Some
something
guys
like that.
Even
get in
if
trouble.
even if it isn't cut, install that
Some guy,
barrel.
by the way, some guy get in trouble just because you're not cutting the barrel right, like it's cutting on an angle, and that guy was.
I know that I'm just kidding. I don't want to get in trouble. Just kidding.
Fake.
What's up, Tack Daddy?
What's up? How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, man.
Hello, Jack Daddy.
And put that barrel in the receiver.
Hey, everybody. What are we talking about today?
Right now, we're talking about cutting up AKs for export.
Yep.
Now I'm trying to get my buddy over here to send me one not cut up.
Well, that will be, if you want, I can, I think you can get like a really nice PSL, a Romanian made, because they are shipping that now.
The Romanian PSLs are okay, but again, they're kind of heavy.
Yeah, they usually on the RPK receiver,
Yeah,
so they are super heavy.
but they're very accurate though, and they're pretty good as a designated marksman's rifle. I wouldn't mind using one if I didn't have to run around with it all the time.
Yeah, but you need to have like a full Romanian, not the parts kit, because the parts kit usually they are not so good.
Yeah, see, I'm talking about a fully assembled one.
Yeah, and if you get like the military version, that is super accurate.
I don't think
The
they import
civilian
those
version,
military
not
versions.
so much.
I think they just import the civilian versions, and then they make them
No, I think
922R
you
compliant.
got some lots of the military versions.
Really?
Yeah.
So they're not making separate ones for civilian export?
No, usually the military are much more like they usually not assemble in the line. They usually assemble on the side,
Oh,
and they
that's
take
cool.
a lot to assemble.
Okay.
And they have like a heavier barrel.
I wonder if there's a way, since you said they're made out of RPK receivers, I wonder if there's a way to kind of transform one of those into a semi-auto RPK.
I have no idea.
I mean, it
but,
makes sense if they're made off of the receiver, right?
Yeah, well, actually, Sentry has an RPK, and I think they do something like that, but don't quote me on that. I think.
You can quote me. They do. It's
Oh, all right.
it
Yeah.
comes and goes. I don't know. It comes and goes in terms of availability,
True.
but there's definitely some in stores somewhere in America. The
I never
RPK with the tripod.
Yeah, I've seen them. That's what I said that. But yeah, but not too sure. But yeah, I've seen them. Now I'm sure.
well, you can transform PSL into RPK. You need the front of the RPK, the buttstock, and like to have the right conversion for the receiver.
Oh,
You have like a lot of work because usually the receiver is cut up for the PSL round, for the Russian round.
oh,
You need like a smaller or an adapter for the magazine.
are you talking about a spacing issue?
Yeah,
I
and
wonder if there's like I don't know what you call it, a bushing. I wonder if there's like a bushing you could put up in the magazine well, so it could take that.
yeah, an adapter. I think you can put that like to make a PSL run in like in 2 to 3 or the AK round.
You mean 545?
Yeah. But I think some guys actually at the Kujir factory working on some new type of the AKs, and the 9mm AK was like the like a prototype first, and then become into production. But they don't have like the people who will buy that product because
AKs in Russia for the Russian military and police.
my country just adopted the Glock for the police. So we don't have military grade weapons in our policemen yet.
I don't
So
understand.
What?
I don't understand why so many companies chase trying to put a pistol round into a rifle.
Yeah, I know you lose so much capability when you can just use a quote-unquote short-barreled rifle.
Again, this is the hot. This is what I call the hot shit cycle. This is the hot shit right now. Before, it was 300 blackout for a while. You could go down the list of all the things that it is, but it has come and gone in the last 5 years.
300 blackout is a terrible round solely based on its cost. If it costs less and we got a major military to adopt it so the price can go down and there would be more available, maybe it would be better. But as far as I'm concerned, I ain't paying 78 cents per round.
Yeah, I mean it's expensive, but it's a cool round. I mean the idea behind it. I think the only bad part is that the magazines you can confuse them
Yes.
with your regular 5.56, and
Yes.
then you can get in trouble.
I almost did that at a demo one time, and again, if the
Mhm.
guy hadn't been there, I probably would have.
Hmm.
I mean,
And that happens all the time.
Because the most recent demo I went to, they had very clearly marked guns. Like they had like these rubber bands that go around them that had the caliber, and they were each different color.
yeah, and they go around the magazine.
Yep, it's very clear. It was at
Yeah,
the facts and stuff, and they had them. And but prior to that, I've been in another one where literally I looked at two identical guns. I remember looking at them both and being like, huh, and literally having zero clue to look at the magazine because again,
Always
it's a
look at the
shooting
barrel,
event.
yeah.
It's a shooting event, and there's magazines lined up ready to shoot all over the place. And
Always look at the barrel.
what?
Well, yeah, it's confusing.
If you want to difference from 300 blackout to 223, you just put a white sticker over the 300 blackout and just with a marker say 300 on that sticker.
I
Yeah, of
color
course.
code. I
Yeah,
color code
yeah.
all of my Glock magazines. Anything 9mm, the bottom base plate where it says Glock is red, and anything 40 cal is silver.
Yeah, my country probably will adopt the 9mm Glock or the 40 Smith & Wesson.
Ain't a bad choice.
That's true.
Yeah, but they are a big upgrade over the Carpats pistol we have right now. It is a copy of the PPK in 9mm.
Block.
What country?
White bread.
Romania. We are near Russia.
Yep, got it.
So you got a lot of AK exports.
Yeah, and I usually want to cut them up.
Those
Shoot,
wasp
man, all he
ones.
has to do is go
Agreed.
find a drainage ditch somewhere and look around long enough, he'll find a crate of them.
Yeah.
Or abandoned warehouse or something like
Right.
that. Just
You
open
just-
that and
I hear they're everywhere. I hear just basically start digging anywhere, and you'll find a crate of AKs.
Well, they purposely buried them and didn't keep track of it, so that
he muted
Man, you
himself.
just muted yourself again.
Yep.
Are you hitting spacebar, perhaps? Because I know spacebar will mute you if you're in the hangout.
By the way, the only thing cool I found in my country was a Mauser, a 1980.
Oh, the monsters are so cool. I love those. I love those
That
monsters.
was a rusted shot. And I need to get it to the police. And
Well,
I found
you know
like
what?
some bullets.
are you talking about
Well, you know-
muted?
Yeah.
Usually,
Oh, yeah, he muted himself again.
because where I stay right now, the front line was near where I stay. Like the front line is like 2 or 40 meter in any direction.
Well, you know what? When I grew up in South America, and we got to shoot of kinds of cool shit. I mean, I'm talking about full auto AKs, FILs, G3s, full autos, and then I moved back, and then I moved here into United States, and now I appreciate appreciate all the things that I have shot before. But bro, your AKs are awesome in Romania. I love them.
Yeah,
Your
I
Wasp
can
1063s ain't that bad,
get sparklers.
Ooh,
from
yeah.
what I hear.
In my country, you cannot get fireworks or real gun. You can get like the rubber bullet guns, and for the fireworks, you get sparklers, and that's it.
See, no, that's just hypocrisy. You guys are one of the biggest manufacturers of import AKs for the U.S. with your 1063s, and then you guys can't even own them yourself.
No,
Yeah, that
actually, Romanian variant of the AK for the civilian market can run you up to 3,000 euros to 3
Is there,
Ks.
is,
I have a question. Can you get an American-made AK where you live?
No, you can get like the CZ pistols
Mhm.
converted for
And
the 9x80
other
rubber
imports
bullet.
there, American imports like I don't know, American made 6 hours or Smith and Wessons or something like that. Could you get those there or no?
No, we get the German made.
Oh, the German made.
So you
Oh,
get
those are cool.
Walther, right?
Yeah, but they
Walthers.
are expensive as shit, and you need to get to a specialty store to get them because they are like one store in the whole country who has them, and you need to get to the store to get the gun.
So, what are your laws pertaining to, say, carrying a gun on your person day to day?
Well, if you have over 40,000 euros in your house, you can get like a normal gun, like the one who shoot so-called war ammo. But if you are like a normal people who gets like the minimum wage and don't have money or have a good job but don't have money on the house, you need to get like the rubber bullet or the
Man,
attack shovel version
Europe
of
is a
it.
shithole as far as gun laws are concerned.
Well, in my country, it's
It's
not
true.
illegal to carry, but it's not legal either. It's somewhere in between.
Man, I feel sorry for you guys.
I
Well,
just want to
the
interrupt real quick for a little whose line is it anyways break. So the topic is things to say that will always start a fight. The guy walks up, says, "You guys want to
Religion.
start a fight?"
Religion. That's it.
No, he just
probably
said, "You guys want to start a fight?"
Glocks versus 1911s.
That's true. That works.
Anyways, back to gun talk. I just was trolling some memes and found that funny.
I got one. How about your mama? No one uses it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
No one throws around your mama anymore.
because some people
I
don't
throw
know
it
their
at grown.
mom.
I throw it at grown men in grocery stores and see what happens. It's fun.
Hey, if you guys want to get the trolling, James Reeves from TFB TV released a video yesterday about if
Right back.
calibers were popular, and it was just this big roast video for all these calibers. You guys,
Muted
That's
again.
That's just low hanging fruit too. You know, throw out the caliber debate.
Yeah, I didn't
Or
want
the
to
night-
start a fight. I was just
Or
mentioning.
yeah. Or the 1911 versus Glock, or the 40 versus. There's a funny meme out there with the calibers right now where the 40 blows up in the guy's. It's a stick figure thing, and the 9's awesome, and the 40 blows up in the guy's hand, and the
357.
and the 10 millimeters
Shoots
are a
through that
nuclear
person.
bomb explosion. It's funny.
357 goes right through that one guy.
Yep.
I like the one. It's 45 and 9, and the 45's like I'm way more powerful than you or something, and then the 9 says, "Yeah, but you're fat and slow, and I have way more friends." And it's got like
I saw that.
a
Super
couple
fun.
of 45s versus like a whole pack of 9 mils.
Yeah, that's
It's like,
that's funny.
that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, that's funny.
At Smeggy Glock sucks. There you go. Thanks, Dead Horse. I agree.
Let me find this one joke here.
We're following a story right now on the prison takeover in Maine.
I am back.
I don't know if you've seen this.
No, I didn't. What's going on in Maine?
There's a prison takeover. Let me see what the latest is.
All right, here we go. It says, first, your mom is like a steel casing. Even the fat guys at the range won't pick her up.
Oh my god, that's pretty funny.
I'm
actually.
sorry, Delaware. Maine, Delaware, same thing.
That whole area is one big state.
Delaware.
The
inmates
East
are
Coast
taking
is just one
they're
big
taking the
faction
guards.
as far as I'm concerned.
2.7 million people
State.
following Fox 29 now live on Facebook.
So what's
Ooh, a picture of a dog. I like pictures of dogs. Good
Dogs
job,
suck.
T-Webs. So
I don't condone G Webs' small revolver pictures. I think they're dangerous.
what makes them dangerous, dude?
The
I think
fucking
those are
trigger.
kind of cool.
There's little those triggers could get offset at any time. If you reached into your pocket in a panic, there's a high likelihood that you could have an AD.
Well, aren't those single action only though?
Yeah, they are.
I'm not
You have to
mistaken.
cock them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're fine. Just don't cock
They're
it.
still dangerous. I'm just being stupid.
Still a 22, though.
Yeah, still 22. Exactly.
Yes. Get shot by a 22 and tell me how you like it.
Oh, no.
Well, and those are 22 magnums also. So don't forget.
Oh, well, that actually makes a difference right there.
It does.
Not even
And I'm
I
with
would
you, that
want to
whole
get shot
comment.
by a Magnum.
As I
Go
shoulder
ahead
my
and stop my
AR-10.
one, you know, that's my ex-in-laws. I don't know. She had like a little. My mother-in-law had like a little Derringer style gun. I wish I knew more about it. I don't know what it was, but it's just a little guy. And everyone would always joke about like her little, you know, BB gun or what. Like, oh, you get your toy gun and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, do you want to freaking get shot with it? Because I sure as hell don't. Like, those things have taken out many people. Like, they're perfectly fine. And it's not like she carried it or anything. She just had it because she had it. But yeah, people would start joking around about that kind of stuff. I'm like, it's still a gun, people. Like, what the hell are you not understanding? It would still not be fun to get shot by it.
Yeah, that's true.
So going off the tangent of carrying a small...
Man, the mute issues in this chat. I don't know if it's just me or does everyone like talk for a sentence and then disappear?
No, it's
Yeah.
just him. He just mutes himself. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I mean, he's a chicken. I guess he can't help it, you know?
I mean, I'm not trying to mute myself.
That's why I was asking.
Would you agree? Would you agree that if a kid found one of those little guns in a purse, it'd be easier for him to shoot himself than if a kid found a Glock in a holster with retention?
I guess. You should
I don't
be
know.
a good-ass parent, not keep guns around your children in the first place.
Yes, but we know that that's not the case in everywhere in America.
People are dumb as hell.
I'm just
'Cause, I
asking.
mean, honestly,
I'm just
though,
asking
like-
if the design is an issue.
Yeah, I think you. Well, kids are smart. They can, even if it's a retention holster. I mean, you can still find a way in it. It's not like it's locked or anything.
But the thing is, like I said, with that one being a single action, I guess it depends on the kid and his knowledge and stuff. Like, would they know to pull the hammer back, then pull the trigger?
I don't
mean,
know.
if they
Block, they're
That's a
going to
good
grab
call.
it and pull the
That's a
trigger
good
right away.
If they watched a lot of 70s cop shows, I'm pretty sure that they would be able to figure that out.
If the mom was a real G, it's already cocked.
But no, it depends on how much Call of Duty the kid plays.
I know.
Oh, that's a factor too. I mean, and nowadays kids are smart, and guns are not that complicated. They can know. They will know.
I don't know. I just disagree because first off, no, the mom would not be walking around with one of those little revolvers.
Who
cocked.
is the person in the background racking their gun?
Sorry, I was shooting my laser gun on demand. I was training.
Freaking laser!
You guys got me fucking fired up to. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys got me fired up to do some training.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm practicing this. I'm practicing this new thing. You know, I watch all these guys. They do point shooting, and
Yeah.
usually I point shoot, but then I make sure that I acquire that front sight. And I've just been point shooting around the house and in the garage and stuff at different distances
That seems safe.
with a laser light blue gun that shoots a laser beam. And you can get pretty good at it. I'm gonna have to do a video on it.
Well, that's the thing. So us humans are good at pointing at stuff. Like
Hey,
our
man.
eyes and our brains and everything are like, you know, that's what I forget where the heck I saw that someone was talking about it, and I've re-mentioned it to other people. But like, just go point to like that picture on the wall, and go point to that clock, and go point to your TV. Like, your
Yeah, you're
finger
pretty good at
goes
it.
to where it's supposed to go. So if you
Right.
had a gun in your hand, just go point to the picture, go point to the clock. Like, it's gonna be about where it needs to be.
Wonder how good dolphins are at pointing.
I don't know, but I certainly don't want any with lasers on their head. Dangerous.
Suicide laser bomb sharks.
I interrupted you, sorry. But that's what the clicking noise was. I was point shooting on, just trying to startle myself out of doing nothing to shoot something.
Did you hit it?
Yeah.
That's good.
What is the name of that that laser? I think
It's called Laser Light, LYTE.
So it's a blue gun that has.
They're taking my copyright.
It has
I was just gonna
cans.
say, who uses a Y instead of an I? What a loser!
Here, if you want to look at the camera real quick, I'll show you. There it is.
You're stealing my copyright.
Oh, I'm playing a video game. I can't see it.
Well, stop
Yeah, I'm
playing
seeing
Mass Effect, and you'll actually see it.
No, I'm playing War Thunder.
And it has these cans that you can actually set up, and you can set these up around the house.
Oh, those are cool.
Little
Are those
popper
the
on
ones
the
that
bottom.
fall over, or are those the ones that
there's a
vibrate?
there's a little popper on the bottom.
Oh, for real? They do fall over. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's neat.
I like the new
I'll give
ones
you-
that they just kind of buzz around a little bit. And
So
then,
is it like
Hold
a
on.
toy or is
Let
it
me
a
make.
serious?
Hold on. Let me make. No, it's a serious training tool. Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna take my headset out. And because I'm going through this, yes, you can buy this at TacDaddy.com. But I'm 10 feet away, and I'll shoot at the phone first, so you can see.
Yeah.
And then if I just try to shoot up the can.
Oh, I see.
Those are cool.
How does it pop over like that? Is there like a sensor that vibrates?
no, it's got a little like spring-loaded.
Oh,
thing.
I see.
The
It's like a
popper.
little plunger.
There you go.
That's cool. Do it again.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Hold on.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me present you to everybody.
You
So
can set them
that
up.
they can
You
go
can set
outside.
them up around your house. You can like set them up in different areas of your house,
Damn.
and then
I could
and
have
then
some
assault
fun
your
with
house.
that.
And then assault your house. That first one's gonna knock off. Sure.
Depending on how much money it is, though. I don't know.
It's not cheap.
Can you see me on the phone?
You know, you're behind a can. I can see your arm. Now I can see you.
Hold on.
No, he's behind a car behind a can.
Oh yeah, that I
Yeah,
forgot to
yeah
mention.
let me put a can right in front of the camera. Can you guys see me? What
Yeah,
kind of professional
sure.
are you, dude? That's it. I'm never watching Tac Daddy again. You're a horrible professional.
It probably cost him like $5 to make that
I'm
in
gonna
China.
knock one off the top first.
It probably does.
Oh.
See how much of a sport I am? I'm gonna put on that hat for you too.
Ooh, advertising.
Very nice.
You better wear that hat, depending on where you are, considering where you are.
He points to the camera like, you already know. Shoot that top one and see if that bottom one won't fall too. Yeah, nice shooting. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, they're cool.
I think you emptied your mag halfway through that.
I vented the first one before it went down.
Sorry.
But there you go. That's how they work.
All right, we'll just count that as your training run.
So
You can put them at different levels all over a room, go into a room and clear the room in different areas, but also at different heights.
That's
hey, Smeggy,
What's up, Knight?
I have to say that laser is kind of hit or miss.
Tuesday night. Night.
There we go.
I am sorry, dude. I seriously passed out at 8. I woke up at 3 in the morning, like so confused. I was like, "What? Where am I? What the fuck?"
I even texted you, man. What the hell?
My
think
phone's
I
on
just called
vibrate.
you.
I think it would be pretty cool if when you press down the trigger, like in a smartphone, it would vibrate. Or maybe if it had some sort of counterweight where when you fired it, it would go to the back of the gun, so you'd have some sort of muzzle flip.
Well, now you're talking about like UTM solutions and those types of things where you actually have blowback and blanks that actually, it has a blank, it actually cycles the gun, blah, blah, blah. That's a totally different world.
Well, I'm just not necessarily blanks, but just something that gives you a little bit more of a feeling.
You could do like the airsoft kind of thing, right? Where like you charge it up so the slide moves and everything.
I get you.
With CO2.
I mean, I'm just saying you could do it. Yeah.
I have. If you look up laser light,
But then you're
on
shooting
YouTube, you'll see
airsoft
some
pellets.
Cool shit that I did with the kids. They love shooting it. They had fun learning.
Well,
on
you're
that.
shooting airsoft pellets as opposed to lasers.
No, what I'm saying is they could use the mechanics of an airsoft gun and put the laser part in there. So all that the gas does is cycle the slide, and it still shoots out a laser. I mean, it could be done. I don't know that anyone's done it. I don't know if it's needed, but it would give you one more step of realism.
I think that if you did take a gas flowback airsoft gun, there would be a way to modify it with the laser from the blue gun or vice versa, so that I'm pretty sure there was a way that you could probably modify that.
Or you could just use a laser gun and then get out of your house and shoot real ammo.
I mean, but what's the fun in that?
That's just another step in your training. I mean, I think it's cool.
Makes you a better operator.
You know, Tack, you've inspired me to go outside into my backyard and shoot my 1911. I'll see you later.
Awesome. Bang it out.
Wow.
Are you going to hashtag inspire?
No, not at all.
Well, he just inspired you. That's hashtag inspire.
No, I'm just fucking with him.
It's a cool series, by the way, Tack. I like all those interviews and stuff you do.
Thank you. I got a bunch of new ones coming soon that are cool. Medford's coming next.
I envy my friend Pat because he has a big field in his backyard.
Yeah, I got 30 acres.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah. So every time I want to shoot, go out back. Go nuts.
I'm gonna come down and shoot on your range, and then kidnap you and take you to NRA this October or this April.
If you do, I'll go. I'll go if you do.
Okay. I'll even buy you dinner if I take you.
Why does it?
All right, and I'll buy you dinner too.
No, you only have to buy me dinner if you do Kickstarter and raise $2,000.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I wish I could get that.
Who's listening to Paula Abdul?
I don't know.
Probably that other guy.
I don't know who.
That's me. Sorry, it's Elvis.
Paul Abdul after hearing one note.
Yeah, true.
No, I heard
because
it too.
I muted myself.
I have a skill.
Yeah, that was like from 1990 or 91.
That's like I remember one time, like, I don't know, my one buddy was like making fun of my other buddy or something, like, "Oh my God, you're listening to Justin Bieber?" And I looked at him and was like, "Oh my God, you know this is Justin Bieber?" Like, I didn't even know I didn't even know what it was. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? It was funny.
Nitrick, do you remember this video with the cartoon dog or something like that? Is this one? No, right? We Call of Duty?
I don't know. I don't think.
Oh, I thought you were a Call of Duty fan, so.
I gotta jump, guys. You guys have a good night.
I just remember that shit because I was a kid. I was a kid when that shit came out, and they played it. They overplayed it back then.
They overplayed.
They overplayed tons of songs. I'll give you that. But you know, that's the one that stuck out back in like late 80s, early 90s.
Anyone
You're breaking up.
with a singing voice want to sing that for me?
No, not at all.
Nope,
I will not stoop to that level, although I do have a singing voice.
Yes, you do, but you have to save that for hit or miss because you know that singing voice is copyrighted.
Oh, I'll be well
yeah,
for this Tuesday.
Yeah, that's why. That's why.
Beep 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 doo.
Remember, check out Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock.
Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. Don't sleep through it.
What the
fuck? I follow
Don't
you.
Be like man.
Yeah, I'm a big fan actually for all your channels and shows and everything. This is my first time around, but I always listen to you guys.
You have an interesting accent. Where are you from?
Oh, actually, well, I live in Miami, but I grew up in South America. I was born here in Miami, but I grew up in South America, so that's why I have like this weird accent.
Yeah,
weird. It's just different.
It's unique. We're gonna use
it's unique.
We're gonna use the word unique because that way that's not mean.
God, way to alienate our fans, Night Strike. He just got done saying watching our show, and you're like, you're weird.
No. I didn't say weird. I said unique.
I thought
Damn
this
it.
was
Yeah,
my
I did
safe
say weird.
space. How dare you violate
Yeah.
my safe space? You misogynistic white male. How dare you?
Well, you know that's what a majority of gun owners, right?
Yeah.
Sean is slaying it in the chat.
Oh, I don't even want to watch.
Mike Drake just made Gun Channels dating weird in the lobby chat.
Jesus Christ. Don't worry, guys.
Keep that going, dude. Hashtag Gun Channels dating.
What's up with all the hashtags? My gosh. Are you
Obviously,
like,
somebody doesn't use Instagram
I went to
or Twitter.
Yes.
are you a Twitter queen?
That might happen, Dead Horse.
Do
Did
you have
see
a
that?
million Instagram models in your feed?
I don't really have Instagram models in my feed, no.
No. Me and Smeggy will not fight against each other. We'll team up with Bob against Hashnazi so we can be the Three Musketeers.
Oh, I don't want to be on Bob's team.
Okay, we'll take Hashnazi's side.
Okay, that sounds better. He's a cool dude.
You, me, and him can be the Three Musketeers.
He let me sleep on his couch because he's a nice person.
Wow. Pretty nice gesture right there.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, I was in the area for work, and I finished up my work on Friday. I didn't fly out till Monday, so we had it planned to like meet up with some of the Gun Channels people in California. So I went up there, hung out with them and stuff.
You were just gonna rent a hotel, right?
And yeah, I was just gonna get a hotel and stuff because I was staying in San Diego and he's up like near LA or whatever. So I was like, well, I better get going. I gotta go find a hotel somewhere. And he's like, dude, I have a couch. And I was like, oh, okay.
The real question is, after you woke up, did he let you raid his refrigerator?
I didn't raid his refrigerator, but he offered to make me breakfast and stuff.
No, see,
Now, did you say yes?
I had some cookies.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Okay, that works.
His wife made cookies, and she was making them for something else, but she gave me a little like gift bag to go cookie Ziploc bag.
Now that's
Like,
hospitality.
How nice is that?
That is hospitality.
I mean, you need to send him a fruit basket or something.
Super nice family, dude. Very nice peoples.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even when they, offered like, oh, you can sleep here, so I'm like, okay, cool, I'll crash on your couch, that would be nice. And then we went outside or something. Actually, I think, yeah, we did a tour of G-Web's van outside. And then when I came back inside, there was like a pillow and blankets and sheets on the couch. And I'm like, shit, dude, I was just going to like lay on the couch. This is all like done up nice.
This is fancy. You weren't even expecting it.
I wasn't.
Watch the next morning, he'll wake up and he's like, I thought you would put a mint on my pillow.
No, the gift bag of
Cookies was better.
yeah, gift bag of cookies was much better.
Yeah, now I want cookies. Thank you, guys.
Well, go to the nearest Walmart. You can get some cookies.
I actually have some cookies that my mom made.
Oh God,
Yeah, I have some homemade cookies because I went up north
they're
with
not
my
frozen,
dad.
are they?
No, they're not frozen. They were homemade.
Okay.
You
Well, I
should
mean,
do-
you're a snowman. Isn't your mom a snowman too?
No, my mom is not a snowman, you weirdo.
Snow woman. Sorry.
No.
Did you just assume her gender?
My parents are normal human beings. I'm just a freak
Okay.
of nature.
My parents they hate guns.
My mom's not a fan of guns, but she doesn't hate them. I've been trying to get her to shoot, but she doesn't want to. But I think I'm wearing her down. Eventually she'll shoot. Because she said something the other day, right? So my dad just got a SIG 226, and he already had a SIG Mosquito, little 22. And so we got home from up north, and we were showing my mom his new gun, which she really didn't care that much. But I was like, okay, whatever. And I put it in her hand, and I went over the safety rules again, just because, that's what I do. So I was like, here, see, you put your hand here, you keep your finger up the trigger, you push this thing in, you do that, and then you go pew, 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 pew. And she's like, no pew, pew, pews. I'm like, yeah, no, it's fun. Pew, 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 pew. And then, anyways, so she said something about, she was like, why'd you get that? Or my dad's like, well, it's, as I called it, it's a big boy gun. And he's like, I needed a big boy gun. And she goes, oh, does that mean your little 22 is mine now? And I was like, what? And my dad was like, no, it's not yours now. I'm like, Dad, shut up. Like,
let her have it.
I go, would you shoot it? Because, like, you know, that'd be cool. And she's like, well, no, probably not. I said, seriously, Mom, like, if you would shoot something, I'll get you something.
Monopolize.
Like, you don't have to take his. Fucking, I'll buy you a little 22. Maybe I'll get her a little pink something or other.
The best way of getting people out of the gun closet or whatever is take them to shoot. Everybody loves to shoot at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get someone a Ruger 1022 that's they either like the old wooden rifles or the new colorful ones or whatever, and you throw some subsonic ammo in there so it's not as loud, and they'll instantly fall in love with it if they like shooting in the first place, because you know there's not a lot of report and there's not a lot of recoil. So
yeah, she just thinks guns are kind of scary, so I'm trying to show her that they're not. One of the things I found this out a little bit ago. Apparently, when they were like first dating or something, my dad had her shoot like his 12 gauge because he used to do shotgun shooting with his brother all the time. Like they would go at least once a week, if not more. And so anyway, so they did that one time, and she didn't like that at all because it hurt and it was loud and it was scary and it was heavy and all that stuff. And I don't think she's really shot since. She did shoot his 22 one time up north, but she only shot it a couple times. It was like, that's enough. And I was like, what? No, come on, you gotta do more. So it's just one of those things. I don't know if it's a mental block or whatever. And you know what? Here's the thing. I understand. Some people don't like doing it. Okay, I like shooting.
Yeah.
And I have fun. Some people don't. That's fine. But I just want her to give it another chance. You know, some people aren't into racing cars. It's like, okay, fine, don't race cars then. Like, don't keep me from racing cars, which she doesn't. She's all like, yeah, like, I understand you guys are allowed to do so. Like, she's not anti-gun or anything. But, it's just like, I get it. Some people just don't prefer it.
Yeah, my mom's different. She used to be against guns, and then she saw how easy it was to make an AR-15. She's like, can I get one in pink? I go, yeah, I'll probably build you one in pink later.
I'll probably build you one. You should have jumped on it.
No. And then she decided she wants a pink pistol, just to protect herself with.
No,
and
that's cool.
I'm like, well, then we'll have to get you like a sky pistol because those are like the only ones that have them in color. I don't want to Cerakote something because.
Wait,
that's way not true, dude. Almost every freaking manufacturer makes them in color.
Yeah, Keltec.
I know Ruger does. I have bought two pink Rugers. One was the SR-22 and one was the LC9.
I figured one of those sky pistols would be all right. Because she didn't want a lot of recoil, so I figured one of those would be fine in 9mm.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I mean, it's not a bad choice. I'm just saying, don't think that, there's only one company in the world that makes colored pistols.
Oh, no,
that's totally not true.
I know, but I've seen the prices, and the prices probably get her a sky.
Well, that's fine, too. I'm just saying. You
I know.
made a statement that was like the only one that had colors, and I disagree with that.
Well, that's not. No, I didn't mean it like that.
Okay. As long as you didn't mean it like that, it's just that's what it sounded like to me. So, just correcting.
Okay, maybe next Tuesday you'll actually show up, even when I text you.
Yeah, maybe I will.
So how's that trigger, that mil-spec trigger coming?
Oh, pretty good. I dreamed about it all Tuesday night.
I heard that I think a company called JP Enterprises is making a spring kit for a mil-spec trigger that makes it like a 3.5, 4.5 pound pull.
Yeah, I've got
like $16. It's crazy.
$16? I got mine for like 10.
Really?
Yeah.
There's some tomfoolery going on around here.
It just depends on what distributor you go through. Because if they buy them in bulk, they can get money off, and they can sell it cheaper too. Anyways, but yeah, they work. I've got that kit. I've also got the Wolf kit too.
How
does the same thing?
Does that compromise the strength of the hammer hitting the firing pin?
No, what it does, it's you replace the disconnector spring, the hammer spring, and the trigger spring. And technically, all it does is it doesn't actually do anything to the hammer other than giving the hammer a bit more. The hammer is hard. The hammer spring is actually twice as hard as it normally is.
How does that happen if they lighten up the spring?
Yeah.
Well, they give you a reduced power spring and an extra power hammer spring.
Ah, so it makes up for it.
Right.
That's what I'm getting from that.
That's how I get it. So at least I don't know how it works. I just know it does, and I put it on my AR-15 that I have my bumfire stock on. So that made it all the better.
So it's durable?
It hadn't broke yet, if that's what you're saying.
Because I've always been skeptical of those drop-in trigger packs. Number one, because I think spending
no. It's not drop-in trigger pack. All it is just replacing the mil-spec springs
I know, but
on a mil-spec trigger.
I'm just talking about trigger modifications in general. I've always been skeptical of those drop-ins because, number one, I feel like I shouldn't have to pay more than I did for my upper receiver in the first place buying a trigger. That's just complete bull crap. Even guys, I know they make good stuff, but why would I ever want
those triggers are good for what they do, but if your gun isn't like a competition gun, or if you really don't want to spend that much money on a trigger, you don't have to get those. Those are, some people will agree with me, some people will disagree, and that's opinions.
Those meet a specialty purpose.
This is my opinion, okay? You don't need a drop-in trigger if you don't want to have it. You can use a mil-spec trigger and use, reduce. You can use specialized springs to get it down to 3.5 pounds, 4 pounds if you want. You can just go completely mil-spec. That still works, okay? But if you want to do competition stuff, you're gonna have to use the drop-in stuff, the drop-in triggers, because the competition springs, even for the mil-spec stuff, aren't as good as something like a drop-in trigger kit. It just, fact is.
Right. Well, let me mention something that, because I have had this conversation before, and I was in the same opinion as you of why buy, an upgraded trigger, because, I'm not good enough to know it's a difference type of thing. Well, I would say the ALG trigger that's like $60 is freaking worth its weight in gold, dude. It is so much better than the mil-spec trigger, but for not that much more money. Because I was saying the same, I'm like, I'm not spending $200 on a trigger, that's dumb. And someone's like, well, would you spend $60 on a trigger? It is so much more smooth. It comes with 2 different springs. So you can pick if you want the mil-spec power or if you want a lighter spring and everything, and that's the way to go, dude.
I don't know. I'm just an extremely utilitarian-minded person, so everything I put on my gun, it's, do I really, really need this, or is this gonna help me, or am I just trying to compensate for skill I don't have by trying to buy all this crap?
Right. Well, I mean, I agree.
You find a balance between all that.
Yeah, you can't just buy skill, but I'm just saying, for me, because I'm not skilled at all. I will admit that. I'm still learning for sure. But man, that trigger is very, very nice. So I would say if you feel like, doing a little bit of upgrading without breaking the bank, that's the way to go.
I'm very disappointed that you can't buy skill.
Yeah.
Well, then, we don't have enough money to buy skill. Now, if you have that kind of money, then yeah, you can buy skill.
But you can buy a trainer that will help you acquire a skill, but
yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can buy practice.
And sometimes that practice is really beneficial.
Well, I agree with the person that said that they don't put things on just because they want to. They say, do I really need this?
Mm-hmm.
And I always ask the bad question of what do you use the firearm for? In other words, for me, everything has to have a purpose. So I have a shotgun, and it's a 12 gauge shotgun because of where I live. It serves a purpose, you know? I have rifles because they serve a purpose. I have handguns because they serve a purpose, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm always of the mindset that everything has to have a purpose.
Yeah, well, with me, yes, they have a purpose, but I have them because I wanted them because this is America.
No,
Yeah, damn it.
you can
America
have
is
that.
always a good reason, but
America. That's all I have to say right there.
America is always a okay answer, but sometimes it's.
Okay, because the Second Amendment says I can have it.
I agree.
I feel like I'm of the impression that as long as you have one AR-15, you fulfill that goal entirely, basically.
The whole
Fine.
thing is about it is that what the Constitution gives you is the right to bear arms. Okay?
Go on.
So you're exercising that right by having your one
Right.
little AR.
It's not a mandate saying you have to. You have the right. I can decide what I want to own. I can decide not to own.
All right.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's saying that you have to do anything. I just think that we're saying sometimes we own guns because we feel like it, not because like it absolutely has to have a purpose.
Oh, hey,
Yeah, there's always
the
those two.
purpose of the gun then is that you bought something really cool and it's a great toy to play with and you enjoy yourself.
Yeah, you have fun with it.
Well, then that's a good purpose too.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I mean, I got to admit, okay, there are some firearms that are just damn fun. Okay. You know, I'm not a hunter. So why do I own firearms for hunting? Because they're fun.
Yeah.
There we go.
I rest my case.
I'm just gonna stay with America and be done with it.
Right. Well, okay. I tell you why I said the caveat that I did is because of the First Amendment and the people
I'll be right back.
trying to say that our government is religious. And I try to say no. It was very clear in the Federalist Papers that the freedom of religion is also the freedom from religion. So,
Well, I don't agree with that entirely because I like seeing on our money "In God We Trust."
well, that's fine because you know. then you ask
Here's
the
another thing.
question-
Because of
you
all
ask-
the years I had to say "one nation under God," okay? I had to
Correct.
say that every single freaking day when I was in school.
right?
So I don't like it when people try and take God away.
You have the right to have whatever God you want. And I'm not gonna say that you can't. That's the same I'm saying about firearms, you know, is you can have whichever firearm you want.
As long as you're doing it legally.
As long as you're doing it legally.
Because, you know, I wish I could have any firearm I want, but the problem is I can't afford a $40,000 machine gun.
Oh, okay. But then again, for me, since I've fired machine guns and everything, I see them to be useless. For me.
That's how I feel too.
Well, here's the thing. If I got one, if I could afford one, I would love to get an M60, but the issue is I would probably want something more practical like say a 93R or a just an actual regular select fire M16 because at that point, sure it's got the full auto, but it also has, the semi-auto.
That's how I feel too. Like if full autos ever became legal, God forbid, I'd probably put in a full in my AR and get a full auto M16 bolt. And even though I think full auto is mostly pointless for a civilian, you still have that capability. It's no change other
Why
than
would you
your
need
regular.
to buy a full auto M16 bolt when almost every AR these days comes with a full auto M16 bolt?
Because I bootlegged my first AR build and I never got
Did you get like an SP1 bolt or something?
I mean, it still has a forward assist ratchet on the side.
You got one of those SP1 style bolts, didn't you?
Well, it was cheapest, so I got it from a friend.
Wow.
Why do you have to criticize?
Dude, just go to Palmetto State Armory when they have a sale and buy an M16 bolt.
Dude, I'm
Like
broke
$50.
as hell.
Actually, no, it was 50. They had them on sale for like $59 a few weeks ago.
Yeah. During Black Friday, they had a deal where you could get a bolt.
No. This was like a couple weeks. Like it's like the third or fourth week in January.
During Black Friday, they had this killer deal where you could get 4 40-round Magpul PMags and a M16 full auto bolt carrier group for $99, and I thought that was amazing. But I never pulled the trigger on it because I don't really need 40-round mags.
Yeah, I saw that in the store too, but I didn't pick it up.
Those 40-round mags, I looked after the fact. Those things are expensive.
Yeah, they are, but you know, I probably should have gotten the 10 MFT 30-round mags for $79 when I saw them at the store, the Palmetto State Armory retail store.
See, I don't know how to feel about those Mission First Tactical and Swamp Fox and all these satellite mag manufacturers because you never really know how they're gonna turn out. It seems like anyone with a plastic...
Either they work or they don't, you know? That's really all it comes down to.
Well, my problem is that it seems like everyone with a plastic injection molding machine is pumping out magazines. And I feel like most of those people really don't put in the time to put in all the testing. Now, for, say, like Magpul, since they got, like, the contract with the U.S. Marine Corps, and they're not just relegated to training purposes, they can actually use them in the field. That says something about their quality. But say something like an arbitrary brand, like you don't really know about, I'm always pretty skeptical of that because you never know what you're getting. And some
You muted yourself again.
Yeah, like I said, I think he's hitting spacebar. Didn't you say he was playing a game or something? Every time you do that, it mutes you on Hangouts.
that sucks.
Yeah, stop doing that. Either take part of the conversation or go play your game. One of the two, not both.
Well, you gotta be a dick about it, dude. Come on.
Well, it's
just
me.
letting
You know that's why he's muting himself.
It's me. Why can't I be a dick?
Y'all are boring sometimes, so I gotta.
You're supposed to be the nice one. I thought I was the weird, mean one.
Wait, what? I thought it was the opposite.
Have we both been playing Bad Cop this whole time?
Bad cop.
I think we might have.
We're Bad Cop and Bad Cop.
No, Bad Cop and Batter Cop.
Bad Cop and Sleepy Cop.
Bad cop.
Well, that's about right.
Well, that conversation got a little too familiar for me.
Someone had to say it.
Yeah. There was like this giant pause afterwards. No one says a word. Okay. Find a room, guys. Okay.
Whoa.
You know?
Well, I guess Iraq veteran 8888 did a video called Call to Action. We just started watching. I don't know exactly what he talks about, but hopefully this is like a kick everyone in the butt type video. Like, hey, come on, guys, let's get some shit done. So I want to see some good gun laws.
Man, first step is Supreme Court justice. Just got named yesterday. Let's see what happens if it gets confirmed. Then we can actually start taking some of these gun laws to task and getting them changed. But it can't do everything in a day.
Oh, exactly. No, I agree with that. It's a long road, but it's just good to see people taking steps, because I think a lot of people were like, okay, we beat Hillary, like I'm gonna go take a nap now.
Yep.
And I don't like that mentality.
The
Not
fight
saying
is
everyone,
not
just
over.
yeah.
What I want to see is nationwide concealed carry. That's all I want to see happen.
Reciprocity?
Whatever the hell you want to call it. Just, I want concealed carry licenses to be recognized in every state. Because as Trump put it, having a driving license is a privilege and having a gun is a right.
I want open carry in every state.
Wait, that's not a thing? Oh yeah, open carry Texas was a thing. So I guess there is states that have that.
Yeah, in my state, there's no California. There's no open carry. Nevada, no open carry.
Here in Wisconsin, you can walk out your front door with a 45. My friend Patrick's dad does that every day. Well, just about.
Right. Because then you don't have to go through all the good garbage that they put you through. Just open carry.
I feel like open carrying would make you like a target to some people. Like you get a lot of looks from people and whatnot. So I just rather be low key about it.
The more people who open carry, the more people would get used to it. And as people got used to it, then it would not be such a big thing.
Yeah, we used to have open carry. That was after the Civil War and during the Civil War. Even before that, everybody was carrying guns.
In California, they used to have open carry up until, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It used to be many states had open carry. But that's one of the silent things that they did quietly is get rid of open carry.
Yeah, just like they quietly got rid of, machine guns.
Yeah, well, I don't know that they did that as quietly as they got rid of open carry. But, yep, they decided that I don't know how they have so much fun deciding other people's rights, but they do.
Well, it doesn't apply to them because, they have armed guards all the time. They don't have to worry about it.
Well, that's like the whole 10 round thing. It's like, where did they come up with the number 10? It's like, how is 10 rounds any deadlier than 30 rounds? I mean, only takes one bullet. Who came up with that arbitrary number?
Ruger said that nobody ever needed more than 10 rounds.
Are you talking about the whole thing with Bill Ruger, and after he died, they came out with the extended magazines?
Correct, because while he was alive, he said there could never be anything that was, he said no one ever needed more than 10 rounds. He was the one who testified and did all that good stuff about that. So Congress grabbed onto it and said, you don't need more than 10 rounds. You don't need more than 10 rounds for what? They don't ever say for what.
I don't know. I guess Congress thinks of everyone with a gun as some maniac that's ready to shoot up a building or whatever. Unless you're using it for hunting, because then that's okay, right? You can't just own a gun to have it.
Well,
that's not true. What does the Second Amendment say?
No, we're talking about what Congress thinks, not what the reality is.
Well, no. Well, no, it doesn't matter what Congress thinks. The issue is, they openly and knowingly disobey the Constitution.
I agree. This is
What can we do about it?
This is why I get so upset about people who say liberals want this, liberals want that. I'm a liberal. I'm extremely liberal. Okay? But I'm not a Democrat. Okay? Which means a true liberal is like the founding fathers were liberals. And that is, you have the rights that are given to you, okay, for free speech, your choice of whatever religious freedom you want, your right to bear arms, your right to all the way through,
Yeah, well, there's a thing. There's 4 words. There's just 4 words. You know what those are?
Go ahead.
They mean the same thing now that they meant back in 1756 and 1776 and 1789 when they implemented the Constitution.
Right.
Shall not be infringed.
Oh,
The words mean the same thing now that they did then, but apparently that leaves that these lawyers believe that those words are up to interpretation. How do you interpret infringe?
Yeah,
Look at the definition.
And I hate it. I want to strangle the people that say the argument, oh, it just applied to that time when we were going to get invaded by the British. Well, no, it didn't, because these founding fathers came from a time and era where they were under a tyrannical government, and they wanted to put that in place so that they could prevent that from ever happening in the future, because they had that experience.
More
the
than
world
that,
is not a safe place.
More than that, it has to do with your own. You have the right to defend yourself and to protect yourself. And whether that requires a firearm or requires
it's a force.
A community requires any of those.
You used to have that right, but you don't have that right in Europe anymore. I'll tell you that.
Huh? No.
You cannot defend yourself or fight back. If you do, you go to jail instead of the guy who attacked you.
I heard that in Africa you have to have a license for an air gun, a pellet gun in Africa.
Yeah.
Now that's just really scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Well, these are clear indications of what we could turn into if we let the wrong people continue doing what they're doing.
And that makes it worth fighting for.
I mean, I had ancestors that actually fought in the Revolutionary War to build the foundation of this country. But some people don't see that as they don't relate to that because they think, oh, that was then, this is now, different times. And you look at all the shit that's going on outside of our country. You have to be pretty fucking blind or have blinders on to not see that the world is not a safe place. It doesn't matter where you live. It's not safe.
Yeah, technology can change and circumstances can change, but the way people think and react will never change. People are always going to be power hungry, basic human thoughts. And
well, you also have to remember that the human being itself is violent by nature. There are some people that are nonviolent. That's true. But as a whole, we're pretty violent people.
That's a pretty sad reality, but...
Well, if it wasn't true, then would we've had as many wars against each other as we have?
Probably not.
That's my point. Yes, there's more to it. Wars were started over disagreements and whatnot. Yeah, that always happens. We are always going to be within conflict because not everyone has the same view.
I think it's interesting that wars were fought over land for farming and things like that. And we had a lot of reasons for wars. And then as we had more plenty in the world than we've ever had before, now we found new things to go to war about, like religion and garbage like that. It's like, really? I mean, let's get serious. We don't need to fight over those things just
Whoa, hold on.
for the sake of having war.
We've been fighting over religion for a lot longer than just now. Okay.
I know.
Religion, fighting for religion, we've been doing that for about 1,000 years. Might I direct you to a point in time called the Crusades? Maybe you've heard of them.
That's true, but that wasn't about religion.
Well, that's what they tell you, and that's what people want you to think, but it was about retaking the Holy Land. So technically it was about religion. Granted, it might not be your religion, might not be somebody else's religion, but it was someone's religion, which was, it was Catholicism. The Pope indicated that we needed to retake the Holy Land from, the Muslims. So we went and did that.
Right.
And that worked great, didn't it? And I'm saying that sarcastically.
Of course. I don't know if you've ever read about the Fourth Crusade.
Oh, we don't even talk about that one.
Yep.
The Fourth Crusade.
Yes.
There's more. You look at how many crusades there were. There were tons of them.
The Fourth Crusade, they just went and they had to actually call them back because they just went and pillaged and took shit for their own, and raped women and did all sorts of horrible, horrible stuff. It was a bunch of people who said, hey, they got these things called indulgences from the Pope that gave them a free pass to heaven if they raped people and killed people.
It sounds realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That gives me a whole new perspective on the subject. Hey, I'm apparently screen sharing my computer screen. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this arm brace. Because it doesn't look like that much of an arm brace to me.
It's not. It's a pistol brace.
Where are you at with it? There we go.
It kind of looks like a stock, honestly. It looks dangerous.
Your arm goes underneath it.
I know, but it looks dangerously close to a buttstock.
If you looked at pistol braces, most of them do, unless it's like the blade shark fin one.
Yeah.
Which I like that one better, just in general.
Why? Just because it kind of has that profile, or?
Yeah, it's got a thin profile, and it, granted you cannot use it as a buttstock, but at the same time, it doesn't have to go and wrap around your arm either.
Yeah. And I'd imagine, without being nitpicky, that those SIG braces weigh a lot because they're made out of that rubbery material.
Yeah, so, it's up to you. I wouldn't necessarily get one, but if you wanted to, go for it.
You're talking about the one I'm looking at now?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't have $1,700 for this, but...
Then why are you pointing it out?
Because I just thought it kind of looked interesting.
Hmm.
Kind of looked out of the ordinary.
He's about to get his tax return, so he's going to have a windfall. And so
yeah,
what
definitely.
he's going to spend the money on. Okay, and he's doing pre-shopping.
I am thinking about getting a Century Arms C93 because they look awesome, and I think it would be a nice backpacking rifle.
Whoa! Isn't that just the
It's
whatchamacallit?
it's like a G3, but it's chambered in 223 Remington and
No, it's more like a Set Me Model L,
kinda.
technically, because it's in 5.56, is it not?
Yeah, it kinda. It's like a G3 AR-15 combination. The mags are like $40 though. So
Yeah. Well, good luck on that.
well, they got to make their money somewhere, and they're proprietary to that gun. So
Hey, well, that's what you want. Go for it. You know.
they only cost like $1,000, and I have like
Oh,
Maybe.
only.
yeah only.
I mean, you know, have you gotten any of the good guns yet, like a Grand or like an M1A? How many ARs do you have?
One.
Okay, you don't have enough ARs.
Well, I'm building a second one. I'm trying to build a Colt Retro right now.
You still don't have enough ARs.
I mean, I built the one. I feel so accomplished. I don't need more ARs.
You totally need more ARs. Just ask Dead Horse.
No, I like my Palmetto State Armory AR. I love it. I modified it. I modified it how I like it, and I just want to keep it as it is. I don't need any more ARs unless it's an AR-10.
I'll give you kudos for the Palmetto State Armory, but you need more ARs.
Why?
You need an AR-10. You need, an AR. What is it? The KS-47. You need one of those.
I need to branch out. I can't get stuck into the AR trap where you have 50,000 of them like Dead Horse.
You need the AR in 9mm.
No. I refuse to be sucked in.
No, you don't. You'll be fine.
I mean, if you want to give me some ARs, I'll gladly take them.
No. You gotta buy and build your own, man. Build. Get the fever.
I'm just not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
Well, do you have a shotgun?
All I have is one AR-15. That's the only firearm I have.
Okay, you need a shotgun first before you buy another rifle, because you should have a shotgun. I got yelled at for buying all of the guns I wanted first and not getting a shotgun. So you get yourself a shotgun.
Okay.
Go out, get yourself a Maverick 88. You can get them between 150 and $200. Okay, there, done.
What do I need a shotgun for?
What don't you need a shotgun for?
I can't think of any practical use in my life personally for a firearm in the first place, other than home defense. And
home defense
AR is like the worst gun you could use for home defense, considering the fact that all I have is M855 green tip.
No, that's great. That's great. You'll make sure that
I don't hate my neighbors, okay? I like my neighbors the way they are.
No. Your neighbors will be fine. They got brick houses, right? M855 on any home invader. Well, it sucks to be them.
Well, hey, if they're wearing body armor.
Why were you using M855? Because it's so cheap.
Hey, if they're wearing body armor, they'll regret it.
Yeah, as long as they're wearing body armor from like the 80s and early 90s. If they're wearing body armor from now, I don't know. It might stop M855. Because remember, the military switched over to M855A1.
I would have no idea what the difference is.
I don't know what the difference is either, personally, because I've never used, the new stuff. I've only used M855, of which I still probably have about 500 rounds of that stuff, and I never use it.
Speaking of the Army, they switched to the SIG. and they're going to be destroying all the 9mm Berettas. I heard.
They may. I don't know. Trump might do something about that. Because Trump will say, no, we can sell those to the CMP and make money back on those. No, you march those right over to the CMP with those 1911s.
What kind of 1911s does the military still have other than the Marine ones that are being issued right now?
They still have all those 1911s that were used in Korea, World War II.
Are you serious?
Whatnot. Yeah. Where
are they?
They've kept them in boxes in a warehouse.
Is that in the armory, something or another?
Somewhere. But they've had all those in boxes just sitting there. With everything else.
I heard they still got grease guns and stuff like that.
We're not allowed to sell those because those are machine guns.
Man, they got thousands of those things. I saw a whole documentary on arms that are stored away and whatnot. They were using the grease gun in Abrams tanks all the way up until like 80, 85, 86. So they really used a lot of their arms.
Because, well, I remember what my uncle said. My uncle said he was issued an M9 when he was in charge of his tank. Because he was in charge of an Abrams himself in Desert Storm.
I'm surprised they wouldn't give you a PCC for that.
I asked him why they gave him an M9. He said, well, when you're in one of those tanks, there's not a lot of room for anything else.
I mean, even an M1 carbine with one of those folding paratrooper stocks would be really good.
Yeah, but, I would assume they're pretty close quarters and tight there anyways, so if you used anything more than just like a pistol, the only way you could use one of those things anyways is if you got out of the tank.
Well, yeah, but you're not going to be doing much shooting while you're inside of the tank.
Yeah, you can't do drive-bys in a tank. It just doesn't work like that.
You have to hop out of the tank really fast in the event of an emergency. And if you're carrying a rifle, getting through the hatch can be extremely big pain in the ass with any kind of rifle.
Yeah. So. Well,
in World War II, they had a version of the M1 Garand called the M1 tanker model, and it was just basically a shortened down M1 Garand with a they modified the gas system a little bit and cut down the bolt and whatnot. But essentially, it was just a regular old M1 that was cut down, and they issued that to tankers. And those guys didn't have any problem with it.
Yep.
Those things are pretty expensive nowadays, too.
I don't know. As much as I'd like a tank of Grand, I'd prefer more of a BM-59 or just a regular Garand. My grandfather was issued a Garand for the Korean War.
They're all fantastic rifles. I don't know why I don't know why they're not importing them back from South Korea, because they're trying to give them back to us. And
they were trying to sell them back to us, and Obama said no. Saying, no.
He used the excuse that he doesn't want more guns on our streets. Who's going to use an M1 Garand in some shootout?
Yeah, I can see those thugs cutting down the stock and just using get 8 times and hearing the pang, the whole whole gangsta thing with that would be awesome. I'm
sure half the guys don't even know what an M block clip is.
How would they even know how to load that? Shit, if it's not a Glock, they don't know. You know I'm right, Theodore.
No, I know the laugh was me not voicing my opinion, okay, but showing agreement. Okay.
Okay, voice your opinion because I want to hear the other side of this.
Okay. Here's the deal. Any firearm that you own, you must love that firearm. Okay? It must be a firearm that you're prepared to clean and to care for and to take shooting at least once or twice a month so that you're proficient with it. Okay? And so whatever you decide is your, weapon of choice, okay, that is something that you love to shoot, something that you enjoy having, is the right firearm for you.
Yeah, but Obama's reasoning was, that these thugs are going to get their hands on these 80-year-old plus rifles and use them out on the streets against other people, which it's an 80-year-old rifle. Are they really going to do that?
He used the argument with Congress that he doesn't want more illegal guns on the streets.
Yeah,
and he's trying to explain this to the same people that think that were asked what the buttstock is, and they replied saying it's the thing that goes up. This is the people we're dealing with here. It's not that hard to confuse them.
Obama in his first term, the United States government owns a ton of old firearms, and if you own a gun club, a registered gun club, you can request these firearms, and you get them for like $100. Okay, and they're all old Garands and things like that. And Obama renewed that in his first term. Okay, the giveaway, okay, of U.S. stockpile. Okay, so why he would not allow the ones to come from South Korea, is kind of ridiculous.
I mean, shoot, they don't need them anymore.
Are you saying that we need to start the Gun Channel's gun club?
Yeah, let's get on that.
I think we need to. I mean, I've got 30 acres we could, use.
Oh.
There you go, dude. And then for the Midwesterns, I got some property up north as well.
Well, I got 10 acres here, and behind me another 100 acres. Okay, that is BLM, that is considered rangeland for us to shoot on. So I don't care.
All right, done deal. Gun Channel's gun club. How do we get official so we start getting cheap guns?
The problem is I don't know if they have any more of them left, because so many of them, when Obama renewed this, so many gun clubs requested. I can find out.
Do that. Find out and get back to us, and we'll do a topic on hit or miss about
gun
it.
Club.
I'm all up for cheap guns.
The problem is that I cannot find out until next week, because my friend, who is a government type person who knows all this, is in Vegas right now because of the Sierra Club, not Sierra Club. Who are the people who go on safari? The Safari Club. He's a hunter, big time. He's been to Africa many times, okay? And so Safari Club is meeting, so he's out of town.
Well, that's okay. I don't think it's like super time sensitive, but that would be cool. I'm just telling
you that I'll let you know when I will sure to ask him.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'll be back.
Gun Club, woohoo!
He knows everything about those kind of things.
Oh yeah, where do I sign up?
You sign up right now. Just send me $50, and you're a member.
Oh,
okay, cool. What's your PayPal account?
Right.
I'll give you $300 extra for a good measure.
Oh, then as long as you're doing that, my PayPal is
No kidding.
What the heck? Oh my god, I'm trying to think what it is.
Oh god.
You
have 15 seconds. 15, 14, 13.
God, damn it. Sorry, G-Webs. I was trying to remember what your PayPal was, but I can't. Because I don't
know,
actually have one, so I just have you send it to him.
of course, because you know his last name is Obama on his PayPal account.
No, I don't care what his last name is.
No, I don't mean that as an insult to you. I meant that would be the funniest damn thing on earth, is to send Obama money specifically for him to buy firearms for himself. Okay? You'd have to make it a caveat that this could only be spent like a gift certificate to what's that place you buy online? You can go and see different guns and stuff. I've heard it on Gun Channel several times.
Gun shop.
What?
Is it a FFL dealer are you talking about?
Yes, but you can buy them online, then they ship them to your local
Gun
dealer.
broker?
Gun broker.
Oh,
Send Obama a gift certificate to Gun Broker.
No, because he would just buy guns and like destroy them or something. That's no fun.
Well, he can do that, and it still helps whatever local gun shop, and it also helps the firearms
There we
manufacturers.
go.
Okay, and so I'm okay with it. You can do with it whatever you damn want.
az13.com. That's my PayPal.
all right. I'll get on that.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah.
No, it checks in the PayPal account. Come on, dude. You said you would do it.
Checks in the mail in the PayPal account.
Okay.
But don't expect a tracking number.
Okay. Well, so just as a note for anyone listening, the az13.com is like GWeb's PayPal.
Okay.
So send them money if you feel like it, because it'd be fun.
You got to.
Fun for which party?
For all of us, dude. GWeb's a good guy. He brings us good content, so it'd be fun.
Do I get a free patch?
Well, if you're willing to send money for patches, head on over to gearwebsites.com and buy a bunch of patches. So, but in that way, you're sending him money and he gives you a free patch.
What do you need a patch for?
What do you not need a patch for?
I'll put a little Velcro on my butt and then put a patch on it.
Okay.
Yeah, in that case, go to gearwebsites.com. Pick the patch you want. You know, it's going to say you're buying it, but technically he's sending you a free patch. All you have to do is send him money.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to get free patches is just send money through the shopping cart.
I wish you actually made those AK bayonet patches that he had in his video that one time.
Well, he made one set of them.
Well,
but they're all spoken for, I believe.
That ain't enough to go around.
The only time I wore patches was 40 years ago when I was a Boy Scout. Okay?
So I put mine in my car. I just stick them to the headliner.
Ah.
So that's pretty cool. I like doing that.
Well, I don't drive, so it doesn't do me any good. But I imagine, see now, if you're going to have patches, you know, it's like in the Boy Scouts, you had a special jacket that you put all your patches on.
I thought it was like a sash that you did that on.
No, that's for your merit badges. That's different than patches. Okay? There was a red jacket that was like a ceremonial, your jacket that you wore over your uniform, and you had all your patches on it. So we need to get an official jacket to put all our patches on. Then,
you'd be a walking advertisement.
And the problem with that is?
There's no problem.
Oh, okay.
I was just stating that you'd probably be a walking advertisement. You could have people pay you for space on your jacket.
oh, I don't want that. If I would do it, it'd only be to promote awareness of your rights and awareness of you know, your need to protect yourself.
Well, in that case, go and lobby for open carry in your state, and then sling an AR-15 on your back and walk around like that.
No, I'd carry a handgun.
I think the AR-15 makes a lot more sense.
If you like AR-15s.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I don't want to necessarily get into, the open carry rifle, good idea, bad idea type thing. But to me personally, I think someone open carrying a handgun, just buying groceries or walking down the street or doing whatever,
that's
is
modest.
better for the cause than these I'm gonna strap a rifle over my shoulder and walk back and forth in front of a cop until he says something.
Yeah, because then you're
People that
being
are
a
specifically
douchebag at
looking
that
for
point.
attention. I don't like. Now there are other people who aren't like that, and they still carry a rifle for whatever reason, and that's fine too. But I'm not saying that people shouldn't have the right to do that. Just for me personally, I think that it's much better suited to just be a normal person throughout your day, and you happen to have a handgun holstered.
Mm-hmm.
No one is gonna care about that. They won't be scared by it, whatever. So,
right. If enough people do it, everybody get used to it, and it seems like a nothing deal.
Yeah, because if you see that, someone who doesn't know anything about guns will be like, oh my God, that person over there is carrying a gun on his side. What do I do? But
Right.
if they see it a lot and then they associate that with, okay, they're decent people, they're not hurting me, they're just going on with their business, then it's going to change people's opinions on it. But then you get the douchebags that, I know I was the one that brought up the whole rifle thing. I was just kind of kidding and being annoying. But I feel like you got the people that are looking for attention just to start something, and then they ruin it for everyone else. And then you got people like Yankee that don't really care, and then he carries a deagle on him like he did those few times on Friday. And he educated some people, and then some people that played the video games with that outrageously sized handgun were like, oh yeah, that's a Desert Eagle. And then he got some cool conversations started.
Well, he was doing a thing for a while on the 2nd of every month for everybody to open carry.
yeah. Well, I mean, we still do every second matters. There'll be a chat tomorrow where we just talk about gun rights and whatever, and that's been picking up some steam as far as getting some state level groups involved. Like I know Sean from Florida Carries jumped in a handful of times. We had Todd Rathner from the NFA-FA, which is the NFA Freedom Alliance. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, that was part of it where it kind of started. Is people were saying if you're gonna open carry, how about everybody open carry on the 2nd of the month? And he was doing that and then doing videos about well, no one really stopped me, no one noticed or whatever. So, I mean, I think that's a decent idea. I personally like the conversation part of it better, just kind of getting everyone on track. But
I feel like there's going to be those people, though, that ruin it for everyone else. And then the media is not going to shed light on anyone who's responsible. They're going to pick out that one person that was a complete a-hole about it and then ruin it for everyone else.
well, I don't know if they'll ruin it for everyone else, but I do see your point that, unfortunately, groups get judged by the worst 1% or whatever, right? If people don't like guns, they're going to find the worst examples of gun owners. But just if people don't like hot rods, they're going to find the worst example of street racers or, whatever it is.
Yeah, because it pleads their case.
Right. So, I mean, I agree that there's going to be some of that out there, but that doesn't, I wouldn't discourage people from doing it just because some people might be jackasses about it. We just have to, I don't know what it is, but we just have, we are not responsible for them. And when people try and make us be responsible for them, we have to remind them that judging an entire group of people by the actions of a few is not good. And most liberals would agree with that, especially if it's in different terms. You'd be like, oh, do you judge all whatever, name a race based on this one person? Well, no, of course not. That'd be racist. Okay, then why are you doing it to me? If you can get them to realize their hypocrisy, sometimes they might change their mind. Not always, but sometimes.
I don't think that you're going to get a Democrat to recognize that.
I think if they're middle of the road type people, you can. The what's the face, like the Dianne Feinsteins of the world? No, they're not going to change their mind. The
funny thing is
the
Dianne
lonely
Feinstein,
mom that's banging Bloomberg or whatever the hell that group's called. You're not going to get her to change her mind. I mean, it's just the way it is. But normal people in the middle who don't care one way or the other, you can convince them if you get them to realize that we're not bad people. And yeah, there's a couple douchebags out there. Great, there's a couple douchebags in every group. You don't ban fucking RC cars because some dude, jumped it onto a highway or something. Like, you know what I mean? You don't ban basketball because some guy punches people when he plays basketball. Whatever.
the funny thing is, Dianne Feinstein conceal carries.
Really?
Yes, she does.
Who validated that?
She got her concealed carry permit in California.
Really? Is there like a picture of the document that was leaked or whatever?
No.
I was the county clerk who signed it. Does that count as evidence enough? I got a blood sample when I did it.
It was published in the Los Angeles Times.
Huh. No, see, that's just hypocrisy if that's true.
It is
true. Of course it is.
I know it's true for a fact. And I would be speaking out of school if I told you exactly how I know. But I know because she pulled her gun on somebody.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
How come this isn't more of a big deal? How come more people aren't talking about it?
Her security staff stopped her. Okay.
Why did she pull it on someone? Was it justified?
The person said that they were not going to fund her campaign anymore. Her re-election.
That's a reason to do that.
And that's why her security staff said, I don't think you want to do that. And stopped her.
If that's true, people like that would be considered mentally unstable. I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's it. That's definitely considered brandishing.
If you want to pull a gun on someone just because that they're not following in your same political view, number one, if that was a regular person, they'd probably get thrown in jail for that. But obviously, high-level people like that get a free pass on things for some godforsaken reason.
But like I said, it would be improper for me to expound upon it anymore. But I will tell you, I know for a fact she has her concealed carry, besides the fact that it was published in the paper and the whole bit. Okay? And that she is one nasty, mean individual.
You didn't have to tell me that.
Yeah, you definitely can tell that just by listening to her talk for 2 seconds.
So you sit there and go, really?
Yeah, I never knew about that.
Yeah. But you got to understand the way Democrats think. And that is that it is okay for them because they're educated. They are elite. Okay? And you are not elite and you are not educated. So therefore, you are not responsible enough to own a firearm or to have the same rights as the Democrats.
I'm pretty sure not all Democrats feel like that.
No, but the ones in Congress. Did you see Michelle Obama's speech about her farewell speech?
I think I saw
Nope.
bits and pieces of it.
Where she said that people in the United States looked up to Barack as a father figure.
Oh yeah, I do remember that quote.
Okay, I saw the speech.
Oh
And I
wow.
was
Hashtag
puking.
not my father.
Yeah, no shit. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? Okay, saying
If
that.
anything, I was scared that Obama was going to ruin our nation. Not see him as someone to look up to and as an inspiration.
Correct. It's, you know, and you hear this and you go, you cannot really be serious that this is what you think.
Well, she has to say something nice. He's not going to say he didn't please me or whatever. I mean, every speech I ever heard from the Obamas felt so plastic, like it was put on, it was fake. They were just going up there to talk because they were meeting a requirement. I never felt like they were actually addressing the people. Almost as if they didn't really care. They were just making sure what they said couldn't be used against them, so they were careful with how they use their words and whatnot, and they were just making a speech. Now, without getting political, our new president of the United States, I feel like when he talks, he's addressing the American people. Like, I'm actually involved with what he's saying. And that's why I like our new president a lot more, is because I feel like he's giving the country back to the people and not just keeping it a closed system in Washington where they care about you during the campaign, and then once they get into office, you don't hear about them again, and they go off and then they make a speech or appearance every now and again. But see, like, I'm following our new president on Facebook and social media and whatnot, and you see all these updates, and I feel involved.
Well, that's good.
As involved as a regular civilian could feel.
I hope you still feel involved when he signs the First Amendment, something that's First Amendment Freedom Act or some crap like this, they're calling it.
What's all in the bill?
That's the problem. Is it's only like a one-page thing, so everything's open-ended. Okay, which is like what they did with Obamacare. Okay, but you know that chick who went do the marriage licenses, she was a county clerk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the one that denied the gay couple of their license because of her religion?
For her religion.
Yeah.
And what this basically says is that anybody in government can choose not to do their job if it's against their religious convictions.
Now, see, that could be a double-edged sword.
That sounds horrible to me. I mean, that's
right.
In my opinion.
It's horrible because there were no religious convictions when you decided to take the job, and you decided to take money from the people.
See, religion should be neutral as far as government is concerned, because we're all trying. When you're in the government, you're controlling people of all different religions, backgrounds, nationalities, and that shouldn't be a factor.
Right. I agree 100%. But if he signs this, if Congress goes ahead with this and they sign this, then Trump will lose the House and the Senate within the first 2 years, the next election. And then he will lose the presidency because it will
Who's the one that proposed this bill?
Republicans in the House.
And what was their reasoning behind it?
To allow to allow Christianity to be more part of the government, because religion is dying in the United States.
Well, there's no questioning that.
And so they're
But
trying
that's not
to
the
say-
government's job to do anything about it.
Yeah,
Right.
they should stay
That's
out of
what I
it.
say.
Whether or not religion is prevalent should be decided by the people.
I agree. So just like in the beginning of when we were talking, we were talking about the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God, okay, and all of that. Well, that is not religion, okay, and people sometimes confuse.
Well, they
They're-
refer to that as a higher power.
Well, a higher power is not necessarily religion. In other words, different religions make up whoever their higher power is going to be.
But you do have to remember our country was founded by people that were under religious persecution. So that
Correct.
also has influence from that.
Oh, absolutely. And I personally, okay, think that anybody should be able to, without persecution in any way, shape, or form, practice whatever religion they want. Okay.
Unless it infringes on the rights or
And
pursuit of happiness of other people,
correct.
which is
That's
the
exactly
whole radical Islamic deal, is finding a balance between those two.
correct. And I would be, it's just like, the Second Amendment. I'm going to defend your right. Okay. And same with the First Amendment. I may not like what you have to say, but I'm going to defend your right to say it.
Well, yeah,
Okay?
because if that's gone, then the spread of new ideas and
Correct.
whatnot is going to be limited.
Correct. So, I mean, but government has no place in that. Okay. And except when somebody uses government to, take away someone else's ability to freely practice whatever they want. As long as it doesn't harm someone else, of course. But I have a feeling that there's more at stake than the Second Amendment. Okay?
As far as that bill is concerned that you were talking about?
No, not as far as that bill. As far as Hillary running for president, she wanted to limit not just the Second Amendment. She was saying the First Amendment was outdated, and that the Constitution was outdated, and that we needed to have the UN human rights instead of the Bill of Rights of the United States, and that the United States should not have its own.
Well, that's going contrary to what our whole country was founded on in the first place.
Correct. And
We're not trying to be this globalization country.
Correct.
We've always been known as the nomads, where anyone can have a say in anything. And although this country is fierce in a way, that's the price you got to pay for being essentially in the free world.
Right. So I sit there and like I said, I'd be the first to defend your rights to do whatever you want to do. Okay. But keep our Bill of Rights is perfect. Okay. Our Bill of Rights is the most incredible document ever done. I don't want the UN Small Arms Treaty governing my right to bear arms.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree it's a good thing she didn't win.
Right. When people ask me, who did you vote for? Okay. And I try not to, these are people I don't even know sometimes. Okay. And I don't want to start an argument with them.
Well, when that question is asked at my school, it's almost a loaded question because I'm in the whole public school system, and I feel like
I
feel like a lone wolf at my school.
I say I had an anti-Hillary vote. So think of that what you would like. And some people think that means
Gary Johnson.
yeah, or some people think they can think anything they want to think, okay? But I was a very clear anti-Hillary vote. And that's an easy thing to defend with anybody.
Well, yeah, because then not necessarily picking sides, but you're saying that you disagreed with a certain candidate's views.
Correct.
Although I tend to pick sides, and I'm a red-blooded Republican.
Well, many years ago, I campaigned for Reagan and things like that. I was very much a Republican. And then I became an independent because even though I have a tendency to lean towards that, I like to evaluate each candidate for who they are. So I don't vote just the party ticket just because they are on that party ticket anymore.
Well, that's just being ignorant.
Which part?
Voting for a certain party just because that's what you feel is going to be the best without knowing the individual people.
Correct. There are a lot of people who only vote the party line. They go to the ballot and they go Republican, 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 Republican. And so I am not that person.
See, and that's why I wish a gun thing wasn't such a, Republican or Democrat issue. You know what I mean? Like, I would vote for anyone that's pro-gun. I am mostly a one-issue voter. So being pro-gun is most important to me. And it just so happens that people who are pro-gun tend to also agree with other types of things that I agree with, but not on all parts. So I kind of have to pick and choose.
I'm the same way, and I hate the fact that I'm like this, but the way that I look at it is if the government takes the ability away from the people to defend themselves, and even though this is a radical view, basically take over the government if they become tyrannical, then all the other rights will go away also. So the government has to fear the people first of all, and then all the other laws or rights fall into place.
Well, you see, there are some Democrats, like Yankee Marshall, that are pro-gun. So you can't say all Democrats are not.
Well, I don't think he's a Democrat. I would think he's an independent liberal, is how he would describe himself.
Oh, I know he listens to these things, and I dig him about that on a regular basis. So that was my...
Oh, if you're just baiting him, okay. I'm just trying I'm just trying to be accurate. I don't think he's a one-party person. He's definitely liberal. I don't think he's ever been ashamed to say that he's on the liberal side of things. But I don't think he would call himself a Democrat as well.
I think it's safe to say that he's an oddball. He isn't really an accurate representation of the overall of gun owners.
But that's just it. I don't want to call him necessarily an odd. Well, I mean, he's odd in the fact that he's a weird person. But I'm not saying he's odd in the fact that he's a liberal who also likes guns. I think there's a lot of them out there. Just most of them have been shamed into the closet.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's great when he's all like, yeah, dude, I'm a liberal. Look at all my guns. They're awesome. Because maybe some of the other people that are like, yes, I also support, whatever liberal issues, and I like guns too. Like maybe if they get the confidence to come out and be like, yeah, like there's nothing wrong with guns, and we can, help homeless shelters, and we can help, whatever other liberal thing that they like to do. That's a good thing.
Your local veterinary clinic.
Yeah, dude, animals are cool. I'm all about helping animals.
I like animals.
Just don't donate to the U.S. Humane Society. Like, just donate to your local state Humane Society. Because the national level one is bad. They waste so much money.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of lobbying that goes with that and whatnot.
Well, they all pay themselves huge salaries and shit, which is what I don't like. Let's
Well,
say you
that
give
too.
let's say you give $10 to the National Humane Society. Like, I don't know the exact numbers, but they'll use 7 of it for their salaries and shit, and they'll give like $2 to a state organization, and then I don't know, like another dollar goes someplace else. It's like you would have been much better just giving $10 to the Michigan Humane Society, because then they use 9 of those dollars, to help animals, and $1 for operating costs. Like the
Well,
percentage is way
it
better.
seems like whenever you donate to a big establishment, that's what happens. But when you usually go grassroots, then they're more likely to use it more of a fraction of your money for what you're giving it to them for.
Right.
God damn it. No, stop it. Crap, I got 15 seconds left. I can do it. Go, buddy, go, buddy, go, buddy, go. Crap, I'm gonna lose. Crap, I'm gonna lose. I don't want to lose. Damn it.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to go pretty soon.
So, is this like what you sound like in bed too? Is this what your wife has to listen to?
Are you talking to me? Because I don't have a wife.
Oh, because
I'm
I'm
single.
gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose.
Oh. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. 15 more seconds. Come on, go, go, go.
Yeah.
I can't say that I've ever said those words in bed, but
Yes,
that's getting a little personal now.
I
Yeah, I
am
know.
not. I am not ashamed to say that I've been single my whole entire life.
Okay, I'm just saying that hearing that out of the blue was kind of like, what the fuck is he doing? Then I remembered he was
But-
playing a game.
But
Okay.
the advantage of being single is more gun and ammo money. So
Well, that is true. I like to describe it. I got a raise when she left.
That is nice. I don't agree with that at all. Women are expensive.
No, I know they are expensive. That's my
Depends
point.
on
When they leave, then you get to keep all that money to yourself.
Well, no, you're gonna always single. You're gonna date. Dating is expensive. At least when you're married.
well,
you
I
don't
think
have to
when you get married, you get a tax break, right?
date.
If you're married,
Yeah.
You can think that if you want.
Tax break, or
government tax.
or your wife gives you a tax break.
I think you get more in income tax, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yes and no, though. I mean, it can help, but then also, like,
Yeah,
you're
but
filing with
at
both
what
your
cost?
incomes. So now, a lot of times, you've jumped up into like a higher tax bracket, and
Yeah.
especially if that jumps you up from like low income up into like middle class era or whatever, when you add the two together, then
It could end
you
up hurting.
pay more percentage wise because
Yeah,
you're in a higher
definitely.
bracket.
So getting back to guns for a minute.
I like guns.
Do you guys, because you're talking about all of you have ARs, right? Okay.
I only
And-
have one gun, and it's an AR.
Okay. And you're running what, 227 or
227.
556? What are you running in your AR?
I'm triggered.
Huh?
You said 227. That triggered me.
Oh, geez,
I'm
you said
sorry.
one number wrong. I use
said-
556 or 223 in my AR. It just depends on
223.
what's on
I-
sale.
I think of it this way: if you get a 556 barrel, which will, in most cases, never cost more than a 223 barrel, you have more versatility because you can always run a 223 out of a 556 barrel, but you can never run a 556 out of
Correct.
a 223 barrel. So
Correct.
always go 556 because it's not that much more, if any, and you give yourself more versatility.
So with ammo cost and stuff like that, do you guys reload? What do you do to cut down your ammo cost?
It's almost pointless to reload 556. Almost.
I wouldn't say it's pointless. For me,
Depends
okay, here,
on
I'll
what you're
answer this
doing.
2 ways. I'm getting into reloading. That's one of the things. Actually, I got some money for Christmas, and I've been meaning to spend it on a reloading setup, or at least part of a reloading setup. I know it's going to be more than that, but so I'd like to start reloading. But with 556, it's like you can get it for 30, 33 cents a round, something like that. You can reload it for like 10 cents a round. So it is worth your time to reload it.
It depends how much you're shooting. If you're not going to shoot that much, and spending all that money on reloading dies and extra powder and brass and bullets, essentially,
yeah, if you're saving 20 cents a round, you know, you load up 100 rounds, you just save $20. You load up 1,000 rounds, you save $200.
But
It might take you a couple years to shoot 1,000 rounds if you don't shoot that much, but in a couple years you've paid for a set of dies. In 5 years you've paid for the whole setup, you know, whatever. If you shoot 1,000 rounds a month, you pay for it in a couple of months. So
I see where you're coming from, but for me, it's unless I get more of a stable money flow coming in, buying my little tiny lots of brass case, or maybe in the future if I'll be eager enough to buy steel case because I'm afraid of that stuff as it is, then this depends. I don't do all that much shooting.
I'll say steel case works fine, but I think for, you know, most people, brass is good, cheap enough. What I do, I wait for someone to have like a sale on free shipping, which actually free munitions right now, sale free shipping if you spend more than $200, and I'll buy like 1,000 rounds at a time, and it ends up being a little bit cheaper.
Hey guys, it was good talking to you, but I gotta go.
Yep, take it easy, man. We're here every night.
You too.
Okay.
So that's what I do to save money. Is I'd rather, instead of like buying one box at a time when I get a little bit of money, I save it up and buy, you know, a whole bunch all at once. Especially with the free shipping thing, because that normally saves you, you know, 20 or 30 bucks.
1,000 rounds is a weekend. You know?
Maybe for you, 1,000 round lasts me a little bit.
Yeah.
When I go up north, because I shoot a bunch of different stuff, so I normally shoot, I don't know, maybe like a couple hundred rounds of each. It depends. There's been weekends where me and my buddy have taken up like a full-blown freaking arsenal and like a shit ton of ammo, and we end up shooting all of it. So I agree I couldn't shoot 1,000 rounds in a weekend, but most of the time I don't. When I go to the indoor range, I'm shooting 9mm, and I normally shoot like 100 rounds. Like those are just like quick trips, you know, half hour, an hour, something like that.
Right. No, we do shooting competitions and things like that. And so
yeah. See, those are fun. Like I think I'm gonna try and get into doing some competitions this year. I did something a couple years back, and it was like a practice IDPA thing. So it's this local club. It's a private club, but on, I think it's Wednesdays, I forget what time, whatever, sometime after work. They do like a couple hours, and they set up like 3 or 4 stages, kind of depends on how many people are there. And you break up into groups, and basically you shoot at a stage for a half hour, then you switch. So yeah, there's like 4 stages, so it's like 2 hours of shooting. And if there's a bunch of people, they run through everyone once, and then there's not much time left. If there's only a few people, you can just run the same course of fire like 2 or 3 times, and then, you know, they sound a buzzer type of thing. So, okay, everybody switch, and then you switch to the next one. And so it's cool. It's like practice IDPA. They still follow all the same IDPA rules. There are some people that go there just for fun. Like there was one lady, she only shoots headshots. She walks from one barrel to the next. Like she doesn't care about her time. She just only shoots headshots, and she has fun. And then there's other people that have the full rig. They're wearing their jerseys. They're all hooked up, and they're, you know, doing every tactical advantage to shave off, you know, half a second. Like they're competitors that are legitimately practicing for IDPA. I fell somewhere in the middle. I wanted to do well. I knew I wasn't going to be the best. They don't really, like, they keep time and everything. They keep score, but they don't really compare it to everyone else other than, like, if you ask someone, hey, what was your score on that one? Oh, I got a 13. Like, okay, cool. I did it in 15 seconds. Like, whatever, you know. But it was actually really cool. I enjoyed doing it.
So, I have a range like in my backyard, but it's very simple. I have bales of hay, you know, and stuff like that we put targets on and do that kind of thing. Okay. And they're set at different markers, you know, you're 50, 100 yards, 150, 300 yards, you know? Okay. But I see some of these shooting competitions and all of these types of pop-up targets and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Is there somebody on YouTube that really it shows you not only where to get that kind of stuff, because that's hard to find for me anyway, and how they set up these kind of ranges? You know, what's some of the cool stuff you can do to set up a range? Is there somebody on YouTube that does that kind of thing?
That's a good question. I can't say that I know of one off the top of my head, but I also have never looked. So I don't know. Maybe some people out in gun channels chat land might know. But yeah, that would be cool to have someone that really talks about course setup and different, different targets you can maybe make at home or something, or like you said, at least where to find them.
Correct.
That'd be a cool niche to have a YouTube channel on. I don't.
Right.
I would imagine. I mean, there's everything on YouTube. I'd imagine there's something out there, but I don't have anything off the top of my head to tell you.
Yeah, because you see all these people, these kind of cool ranges and stuff, but really never says where they get all the stuff and how they set up things and why they set up things the way they do. And I wanted to improve my range.
Yeah, just get some ideas and stuff.
Yeah. I'm
I really want a Texas Star. That thing is so fun to shoot.
Yeah, where do you get it?
Yeah, I don't know. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm saying. And I've seen things like a Rack Van 8888, and he's got his little range set up. Okay. And, that's cool, but, where do you end up with all those things? And why did you set it up a certain way? And why did you decide to have this thing or that thing, Would be kind of cool to know.
Oh.
Is there anybody saying anything in the other outside chat?
I don't know. I closed gun
usually
channels
close
a
it
second
down
ago.
so I don't have echo or anything, so that's why I can't see to that.
Yeah, I'm opening it up right now. See if anyone responded. I closed it a little earlier.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I bought a new steel target this weekend. Cool. Where'd you get it from?
Because I went to like Cabela's and stuff like that, and they got like nothing.
Oh, asking for a link. I can get a link. Why? What? You found me. What the fuck? I know of one company. It was like Brad's Targets or Brad Steel Targets. That's not me. Silly goose. Anyways, mgmtargets.com. Gravity moving. Have fun.
And they tell you how to set up a range?
I don't know. I'm just clicking on the link.
Could you put the link in the side chat?
Yeah, I can. Copy.
And I will.
Over here. This is Robbie. Robbie said this. So if it's dumb, it's his fault. It's not my fault.
I am by no means judgmental.
Train you to the next level. Your rifle. Blah blah blah. Challenge your shooting setup. Do.
Go to Hill and Matt Gunworks.
Human what?
Hill and Mac. They're in Georgia. They're the ones that are making the Sturmgewehr clone and semi-auto. Well, before they got into making guns, they make targets, or they made targets. They still do. Hill, Hill, and Mac, MAC.
Okay. And do they talk about how to set up a range?
No, I would think that if you want to set up something, you would set it up. You would probably look in IDPA or IPSC or something like that, or Single Action Shooting Society or something like that, if you wanted to mimic theirs. Otherwise, you kind of just set up your range in whatever way you want. It's based on the landscape of the area you've got set up for the range, and just what you're particularly interested in doing. Are you trying to set it up to do long range shots, or are you just, I mean, it's really up to you.
Well, yeah. I mean, a handgun range is different from a rifle range, but the question is, which do you want people? There's got to be something in some of these ranges that they say this type of shot or this type of range gives you the most practice for the widest range of shots.
Okay. I've never heard it put quite that way. I mean, usually I've seen the ranges, how the ranges are set up is dictated on how much land and how close you are to, other people that are going to complain about the noise, or that, you need a certain impact zone and something like that. But I mean, as far as the widest range of shots, you're either setting it up for practice, in which case you just set it up whatever way you want, or you're setting it up for competition, and in which case you would have it marked out to certain distances, and you may want to have targets set up that raise and lower and that sort of thing. I mean, okay. Kind of a broad question, I think.
Well, here's the deal. Okay, if you set, like, my range here is set up more or less what I like. Okay.
Yeah.
But my kids are all older, and college and gone, and a couple times a year, I like to have all the kids come home or whatever, and we have a shooting competition. Okay, in the backyard. Okay. I have enough acreage and everything. I don't have any worries about any of the things. Okay.
Okay.
So, I want to set up a range or different challenges that make it more challenging and more exciting. Okay. When they come and visit for like the 4th of July and we do like a 3-day shooting competition, Okay.
Then why don't you set up small targets up close, bigger targets further back? The further back you get, the bigger the target is. And then set up, I mean, look at the Hickok 45 videos where he's got it set up in his yard. I mean, he can shoot up close, lots of small targets, and then further away he's got the silhouette of the wild pig or whatever, or the gong, or, I mean, I would say just set it up to whatever challenge level you're interested in. But I mean, some of these targets, you hit the steel target, it spins around, then you can hit it again and spin it around. Some of them fall over. Or you could even make your own stands out of wood or PVC pipe or something, and clip paper targets to them and that sort of thing. And there's all kinds of interesting different targets you can get, and or set up a bunch of 2 liters or milk jugs or whatever.
Well, yeah, we've done that. I just wanted to make something.
I mean, if you're trying to mimic something, I would say try to find out about some of these competitive shooting sports, see what their standards are. Something like, IDPA, they run and they get behind something and they pop out and they fire two times, and then they run and they get behind something and they fire 2 more times, or they go from a rifle to a shotgun to a handgun as they get closer, and they're running through. Yeah, I mean, if you've got enough land and you've got the time to set up the stuff, you could set up a maze. You could hook something to a rope where you're standing behind and pull the rope, and a target pops up, and they have to decide, is this friend or foe, and they engage the target or something like. I mean, there's all kinds of different things, but as far as there being some sort of a standard or something,
I think he's just kind of looking for ideas, if I'm understanding his question.
Yeah, I'm looking for ideas, and I thought maybe somebody on YouTube had some sort of channel where they set up different range setups and did different things, and they showed you how they did them, and then I could have those kind of ideas and where to have this thing or that thing to set up different range ideas. You know when you get older, when your kids are older, okay, and they only come and visit a couple times a year, you got to get smarter about the shit you do. Okay, in order to make them come home.
Yes, I totally understand that. When I used to go down to Kentucky to see my grandparents, we'd go in the backyard and go shooting because they had tons of land and it was, hills and whatnot. So there was no way we could hit another house, even if we could make a bullet travel that far. It couldn't get to all the trees and the hills and over the river and the whole 9 yards. So we could shoot pretty much any direction away from the house and know that we were totally safe. And
Right.
we would just set up different things at different distances. Like we would set up pop cans, beer cans, water jugs.
Yeah, but I don't want. Then I have to go pick up all that crap.
Well,
afterwards.
that's part of. Well, yeah, but I mean that's. Well, okay, I see now. See, you're giving more information now. So you're just looking for something that is as maintenance free as possible.
Yeah, so that's why they sent me the link for different targets.
Then I would just buy those. I would buy the steel targets
Right.
that are on some sort of a mechanical spring, or they spin around on a post or something like that, where you don't even have to go out there and reset them.
Yeah, a
And,
little popper or something.
Yeah, I would just buy as many of those and then just stagger them and set them up. But maybe mark the distances. Maybe put up something that marks the distances. So if they do hit, the gong at 130 yards, they know that they're 130 yards or, whatever it is. But, yeah, we used to after we were done, we would police up all of our brass and then we go clean up the mess in the yard. But I mean, we would do all kinds of stuff. He had a swing set in the backyard and, somebody told me shooting old pots and pans is fun. So when I had a bunch of pots and pans wear out, I saved them up. And one year I took them down there and we tied them to the swing set and hung them from the swing set and we were shooting holes through them and then we just threw them away. But yeah, if you don't want a mess to clean up, well, no, but can't you just make the grandkids run out there and clean it up?
I don't have grandkids yet.
Okay.
And
So it's just for the kids.
yeah, and say you use Coke cans and stuff like that, and you end up with Coke and sticky shit all over the place, right? Okay. Then you're going to get all sorts of animals and varmints coming out of the mountain.
No. It's that stuff's going to wash away with the rain, and it's not. I mean, how much? I mean, I've shot up. I don't know, a couple dozen cans of Coke or cans of beer. What's really fun to do is to take a cheap beer, get it in a can, keep it warm, don't let it get cold, shake it up like you're shaking a paint can to mix it or something. I mean, shake this
Right.
thing up good. Put it on a stump and shoot it with a shotgun, and it just obliterates in all these pieces. Now, that's the problem. If you have all these little aluminum fragments all over the place, then when you go to mow, even if you're bush hogging or whatever, it's still that's kind of you got a little bit of shrapnel and that crap's out there. But as far as like the beer or the Coke or the Pepsi or even if you wanted to put like I'm trying to think of like dye, food coloring in water or something, that's all biodegradable, and I wouldn't worry about.
See, now that gave me a really, really, really devious idea. Okay, and that is get some Coke cans or beer cans, right?
Mhm.
Okay, shake them up really good. Okay, and
And then drink them.
no, and then have them get the shotgun and think they're going to be shooting skeet, and throw the can right up above them.
That would be
Shoot
that
it
would
with
be
the
something.
shotgun, and they would end up with shit all over themselves. That'd be funny.
I'd be slightly concerned about the aluminum shrapnel, but it'd probably be the same amount that you might get if you shoot one that's on the ground. I mean, we never shot them too close, that they'd
Yeah, I
ever
don't
fly back at
I
us.
don't think that you would ever get shrapnel from that because
I
it'd be going
would
through.
I would say something like pumpkins or watermelon, but now that would probably draw more critters than Coke or Sprite or something spilled out all over the ground.
That's true.
Yeah, that might, but then again, I mean, it just depends on how far away from the house it is. If you don't care if critters, if it's far enough away, you don't care, then feed the critters. What about tannerite? Why don't you get some tannerite?
What's tannerite?
Tannerite's a binary compound. You mix two things together and you shoot it with a high-powered rifle and it explodes. It's totally legal. It will not work if you don't hit it with something like a 30-06 or something like that. If you shoot it with a handgun or shotgun or something like that, it will not explode.
Okay.
You can buy it either by the jar, or you can buy a whole kit of it and have several jars of it. So the stuff comes in a tube and the stuff comes in a jar. You unscrew the jar, you open up the tube or sleeve or whatever you want to call it. You dump the one thing into the other, you close the lid, you shake it up, you set it up, and then you shoot it with a high-powered rifle, and it goes off like a firework. If you put enough of it together, it'll make a big boom. I mean, I've seen on TV where these guys have stuffed a whole bunch of it in a tree stump and blown the tree stump right out of the ground, but for regular target shooting, I mean, one jar is enough.
Wow. Okay.
And it's in a plastic jar. So yeah, you would have a clear plastic jar and a colored lid that would be left over out there. So that would be somewhat of a mess, but you definitely get to see where, if you hit it, it'll explode and you'll know that you hit it.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's called a binary compound. You have to mix the two things together. They won't work. And it has to be hit with something moving really fast. That's why you got to use a high-powered rifle, is because if it doesn't have enough velocity going through there, it just will not ignite it or set it off or whatnot. Kind of like I guess sort of the way like a blasting cap would set off C4, sort of, but not really.
Oh, of course. All right. I have been sitting here for the last hour and a half drinking coffee. So I am going to take a 4 or 5 minute break.
Okay.
Was that said politely or what? Okay.
I personally would have said something like, I got to race like a piss horse, but whatever.
Yes. Okay. Well, I thought I would be like, politically correct. Wow. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Hey, by the way, in case you're not back here when I came here, that information was fantastic. Thank you. And the link on the side thing, those targets are really cool. That was great.
Yeah, like I said, you can thank me for those targets. They were all my idea.
Oh, well, good. I appreciate it. At least it was something gun related. God, so much other stuff gets done here. It's like, it was gun related.
Yeah, I like guns. They're fun.
Okay, so now I'm talking to you. Wait, I'm good.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. That happens to me where I'm like, all right, I gotta go, and then it's like, just one more thing. Oh, just one more thing. Just one more thing.
Yeah, I call it the hillbilly goodbye. It's when you're trying to say goodbye to your relatives down south, and they keep you there an extra 2 to 4 hours saying goodbye.
There was one time, there's a joke with one of my buddies. I went over to his house. I used to like cruise over there all the time when I got off work and stuff, and we'd hang out kind of late, it's whatever. And it was one time I went over there, and he's like, dude, I can't hang out tonight. Like, I gotta go drive my mom to the airport tomorrow. Like, I gotta get up at 6 in the morning. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I stood there. I'm literally standing at the doorway for a while. We're sitting there talking. And he's like, but I do have a story to tell you. So he starts telling a story. Then that reminds me of a story, blah, blah, blah. We go back and forth. Next thing you know, he's like, well, I don't want to leave my door open. Like, you can step in. So then we're standing in his front hallway for a while, and we're talking. And then eventually we're sitting on the couch in his living room. And he kept saying all the time, 6 in the morning. I'm like, I know, dude, I'll get out of your hair. Okay. And then like we get down, sitting in the couch, and then I get up to leave, and then we stand in his hallway for a little bit talking, and then I like step outside, and now I'm standing on his porch, and he's talking to me through the open door. Dude, I left at like 3 o'clock in the morning. By the time it was all said and done,
I guess you guys had a lot of catching up to do.
I guess I don't know. It's just one of them things. He's one of them people like you just start talking, it reminds you of something else, and like we keep interrupting each other's stories to tell other stories, and
Going off on rabbit trails.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
But going back to his question there though about the whole range setup, that I would be interested in like a YouTube channel that has like different range setups and stuff, like you said, just to like get ideas and everything.
I mean, look at 22 Plinkster. He got that house on that land in Tennessee, and you see him out by some creek shooting in the woods, but he's also got like a little berm. And I mean, Hickok 45, he's got that set up in his yard, and then I think he's got a range further out when he's out further out in the woods or something. And I'm trying to think of who else do I see. I know BC from Deuce and Guns has got property out in the country, and he'll go out there, and that's where he keeps his truck and whatnot. And he's got a little setup. I think he's got a berm set up. And who else?
Yeah, so I have some property up north, so it's as of right now, I just have like it's basically just a backstop, and I got a couple logs to kind of keep the sand from falling down. Because I learned when you make a backstop, if you make it like 7.5 feet tall, when you call it north the next weekend, it's going to be 6 feet tall.
Really?
Yeah. So make it bigger than you want it, because it's going to shrink as the sand settles and the rain washes it out and all that.
Did you just dig it by hand?
No, we have a tractor.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I kind of just, like basically I just kind of scraped the ground, took off like an inch at a time, and then till I got a bucket's full, and then dumped it, and then I went a little further back and scraped. So I kind of made a smooth shooting area, which one, it's nice to be able to pick up brass and stuff because it's all just sand. There's not grass or anything there.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
And then two, I got all the dirt that I needed.
Yeah.
So it worked out pretty good. And like I said, with the logs there to kind of help, it helps keep it from falling down. But then also, I made like a little wall that I just staple targets to. That's how I just use paper targets, and that's how I attach them. Is I just staple them to the wall.
Does it pitch downward as you get to the berm?
It does a little bit, just because I ended up like digging in a little more at the end than I did at the front, but it's not entirely on purpose. But it does go downhill a little bit.
Does it flood down at the base where the berm is? Like after a rain?
I've really noticed. I think because of like the sand and stuff, it drains really quickly,
Because if you've got adequate drainage, then you don't have to worry about mosquitoes when you get up there.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the back 15 acres, which it's in the family. We don't own it, but like my dad's cousin owns it. It's all swamp, so like having a little bit more water isn't gonna hurt because there's already a shit ton of mosquitoes.
Is it up north or is it in the UP?
Up north.
Okay.
So not quite UP. It's Pinky Knuckle.
Oh shit, man! You're over by Traverse City. I'm thinking
south
up north,
Traverse City. Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking up north like Gaylord. Yeah, you're not up north like by Gaylord or North Branch or something like that. You're over by like Empire or somewhere in Benzie County or something. Yeah, I know where you're at.
The bigger cities to know is like Cadillac and Manistee.
Yeah.
It's kind of in between the two of them.
Manistee is where that car ferry is.
Yeah.
And
if you go into Manistee and then you jump on M55, like heading towards Cadillac, it's like halfway between the two.
Okay.
Because it's basically
yeah, turkey country out there.
I guess we've seen some turkeys.
Yeah. I used to share a cabin with a guy out in Scottville, which is near Ludington. So
I know Ludington for sure. Yeah.
It would be between Everett and Ludington off of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to I used to share a cabin up there, and I never did any hunting up there. Did a lot of drinking, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, it's nice on the west side of the state because I like Lake Michigan better than I like Lake Huron. But yeah, it's nice on the west side of the state. But that's kind of I don't want to say it's a haul, but I mean, I'd say make it a 3-day weekend if you're going to drive up there.
Well, no, we go up. We try and get up there like every other weekend during the summer if schedules allow, but it just kind of depends.
Do you take 75 up to 10 and go left, or do you cut across? Okay.
Well, let me take that back. That is the shortest, fastest way without traffic.
And that's just it. Every Friday afternoon in the summer, 75 is packed up.
Which we have 2 other ways we can go then, because we can like shoot west to Grand Rapids and then shoot north up 131.
Yeah.
That's the most miles, but it's like the best traffic wise.
Yep.
And then kind of a compromise between the two is go out to Lansing and then shoot up like towards Mount Pleasant. What the heck's that road that goes up there?
I think it's 127.
Yeah, 127.
Goes through Clare.
Yep. And then you can still jump on 10 and like finish the rest of the route going, northwest and over and all that stuff. So there's like 3 different main ways to go. And actually 127 used to have all these spots where it dropped down to 55 miles an hour and went through town. It's almost all 70 miles an hour now. There's still like one spot you got to slow down to go through town, but it's like more all expressway and not highway. So that's becoming one of my favorite ways to go on a holiday weekend. Or like, fuck, dude, like Memorial weekend. Don't bother going up 75. You'll get there on Tuesday,
Yeah.
Like, you leave Friday night, you get there Tuesday.
It's so backed up. When we go up to Gaylord a couple times in the summer, and I got in-laws up there, and if we can help it, we'll try to make it a 3 or 4 day weekend because of the traffic on 75. There's no shortcut there, but if I was going to go out to the west side of the state, there's a couple options.
Right.
Yeah.
So and that's the problem with 75 is that if you are in the east side or if you're going up to the UP, or like that's the only way to get there.
Yeah,
like everyone uses it.
If you're in Tawas, if you're in Midland, if you're in North Branch, if you're in Grayling, Gaylord, Mackinac City, or the UP, that's it.
Yeah. So, but anyways, enough traffic channels.
Yeah, enough Michigan channels.
The point of that chat was that I forget how we got on there. Oh, my shooting range.
We were doing a Yes Michigan commercial.
Yeah, what's our slogan? Visit Michigan? I don't know. What the hell's the
I think
whatever it is. It's beautiful up here. Everyone should come.
The Enchanted Mitten.
Yeah. Show up or we'll bitch smack you.
Yeah.
Well, I hear northern Michigan is beautiful.
It very much so is, yeah.
Yes.
I was just there this weekend to go snowshoeing.
Yeah, by the way, how did that go? Did you end up mud shoeing or snowshoeing?
I snow booted. So it actually snowed all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, like off and on. So there was definitely more snow by the time we left than when we got there. But either way, we got to we went up Friday night and we stayed in town, and then Saturday we went over to our property, and over by the house there's about 2 inches of snow, and over like by the woods where it kind of drifts up and stuff, there was like 5 or 6 inches of snow built up.
How much do you need to snowshoe?
Well, to make it worth putting your snowshoes on, I'd say like at least a foot. Because the thing with snowshoes, you're going to sink down a couple inches anyways. So as long as you're walking through a couple inches of snow, just put your boots on, It's like, it's not that big of a deal. But what I like to describe it is, there's been times I put my snowshoes on and I sink down to like mid shin. Like, holy crap, like I'm sinking deep in the snow. In fact, the first time I ever went snowshoeing, that's what happened. And I was like, these things don't work at all. These are worthless. Like, what's the point? Well, they were crappy. They actually rented the snowshoes. My dad had a pair of nice snowshoes, and I rented them. anyways, I stepped out of my snowshoe because like the little strap that went around my heel kind of slipped off. Like it didn't have binders and shit that really lock it down. So I step out of the thing. I sunk down to my waist, and I'm like, oh, this is why you wear snowshoes, so you're not down to your waist in snow. And then I was stuck because like my one leg's down to my waist, my other leg is like bent all the way up, my knees up by my ear because it's not sunk down. And your first instinct is to put your hand behind you to stand up. Well, then you sink down to your elbow. Like, oh yeah, I'm kind of stuck.
Yeah, and that's why I don't go up north in the winter.
Well, no, you just gotta know what the heck you're doing. But it was cool. And on Sunday we went over to these like cross country ski trails that also have like snowshoeing trails. And there was like 5 or 6 inches of snow, but we just wore our boots. We didn't sink down that much, so it was okay. But anyways, if you didn't even hear that story, you don't know of my story when me and my dad stopped off at Cabela's on the way up there to buy 22 ammo.
Was it during the shortage?
No, it was this weekend.
Oh, okay.
It was on Friday.
How'd that
So, he's been having these problems with his mosquito. It doesn't
wait,
work very
hold
well.
up. Is this story on hit or miss from yesterday?
No, I slept through hit or miss yesterday.
Okay, because I haven't listened to it yet, so I don't want you to spoil it.
Night Strike was mad at me. I fell asleep around 8 o'clock and I woke up at like 3 in the morning. I was just
go to
zombie.
counseling with him. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, it's okay. But anyway, so
Okay.
he's been having these problems with the SIG mosquito, failure to extract and other failure to feeds and different things. And, I've mentioned a few times on gun channels, people have been trying to help me. And apparently he called SIG and they basically were like, yeah, we recommend you use CCI mini mags. And he's like, what? So I can only ever use one type of ammo in my gun? And they're like, well, yeah, basically. Like that was kind of their answer, was like,
yeah,
it's gotta
but
be.
Mini mags are the best 22 long rifle round.
Well, that's great, but he bought it. He bought that gun during the ammo shortage.
I can't believe you just said that.
I like mini mags. They work in everything.
Okay.
So,
well,
anyway,
moving
so
right
we
along.
go looking for some mini mags because that's not what he was using. He was using Winchester, but it was like, what the heck was it? Like
Super X?
Yeah, and it was like 12 something feet per second or whatever. And the lady on the phone said it has to be at least 1,400 feet per second. So basically the high velocity stuff. So, okay, so we go there, we're looking. They didn't have CCI mini mags, but they had, oh my God, what's that company? Aguila? Yeah. They had those, the interceptors or whatever, which it didn't say velocity on the box, but when I looked it up online, it was 1470. Okay, great. Well, let's get some of that. We got a brick of that. Well, then he's like, well, let's go look at the guns. I'm like, okay. So we're looking at the guns, and he's looking at some of the SIGs. He wants like a full size something or other. And he's holding them and dry firing them and stuff. And, oh, these are kind of neat, blah, blah, blah. And he finally goes, okay, I'll take this one. And I was like, wait, what? You're actually like buying a gun? He's like, yeah, sure, why not? So he bought a SIG 226, and it's the like the TAC Ops version, which has different grips, and enhanced trigger, and pretty cool night sights.
That's 9mm, right?
Yeah, 9mm, full size.
Will it shoot plus Ps?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you buy shells for it and try it out?
We did. Because that was the thing. I didn't bring any of my gun stuff because I didn't think we were shooting. I thought about it, but I'm like, nah, we're up there to go snowshoeing. Like, I can shoot anytime. I knew he wanted to try his 22, but I'm like, I don't really want to bring all my other stuff. So I didn't have, like, all my ammo or anything. Just had my carry gun. But it's like, anyway, so we bought a box of 9mm, paid Cabela's prices for it, but whatever. And
Cabela's
we shot
isn't
that.
bad. I mean,
No,
compared to
but
mail order, it is.
It's just frustrating when it's like, I know I have a box of ammo that was $9 and I'm paying, 13 or 14 bucks for 9mm at Cabela's.
True. Okay, so what did you ever get him to switch out the spring, or did you, I don't know, like,
oh yeah, okay, so the spring thing, right? So he did find a second spring, because I remember asking him before, he didn't find one. It was underneath the foam. It was like hiding. So he did finally find an extra spring. And he told me, like, hey, I think it's the same one. I'm like, no, it should have like different color paint on it or whatever. He's like, no, they look exactly the same length. Like they feel the same when you kind of squish them. I was like, okay, well, whatever. So apparently SIG, because he asked about it when he called SIG, and they said that after a certain date, they stopped shipping with the high velocity spring. So they just put in a second, like, standard velocity spring.
What's the difference? I mean, as far as why would they, if they had two springs that affected two different kinds, why would they just put two of the same thing in there? Just a spare part, or?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, they're used to putting in a spare spring, so they just give you two of the same. And my guess is they had so many problems with the people using the high velocity spring that they just stopped shipping with that.
Yeah. No. Okay.
So the standard velocity spring was in his gun, and the standard velocity spring was the extra spring. And they even looked up his serial number and was like, "Yep, on that date, you have two of the same spring. The high velocity has white paint or something." He's like, "Nope, I don't have white paint on these springs." And she's like, "Yep, then those are both the same standard velocity spring."
So how did it shoot with the mini mags?
Well, with the interceptors or whatever, yeah, it shot fine.
Okay, I mean the Aguila, the Aguila, yeah.
No, it shot fine. And honestly, like, we started tearing through the ammo because it's like, with that gun, it was used to, like, bang, then look at it. Okay, is the hammer cocked? Yeah, it is. Did my peripheral vision see a shell come out? I don't remember. Okay, let me try again. Nope, it didn't work. Let me rack it. Oh, I got to drop the magazine. Now I'm double feeded, blah, blah, blah. So, like, it was like bang, mess around with it, bang, mess around with it. This time it's like bang, hey, that worked. Bang, hey, it worked again. Bang, 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 bang. So we kind of mag dumped a few times just because it was exciting that it was actually working.
No, I do have the CCI mini mags. I didn't know that.
I've tried different 22 long rifle rounds, different brands, different bullet weights, plated, not plated, subsonic, standard velocity, high velocity, in my 22 and my son's 22, and I've seen different results. But I've used mini mags in both of those and other 22s that I've shot. I shouldn't say they work great and everything because I haven't tried them in a 22 pistol, but I imagine they work good in pretty much any sort of rifle, bolt action, semi-automatic. They probably will work fine in a pistol, but I mean, I'll buy mini mags over anything else just because it's like an all-purpose. It does the job. But I've got standard velocity and high velocity Aguilas, and I've got Ely. I've got some of the match grade crap that's overpriced, and I've even got the Cellular and Bellet, and I've got some Teflon coated garbage. I mean, I guess if it works, if that's what works in the gun, if the high velocity stuff works, and you can find it at an affordable price, then there's your long-term fix for it. But
yeah, I can tell he's still frustrated by that long-term fix because his opinion is you buy a gun, it should work.
Why doesn't he just get rid of it, or he doesn't want to lose the? I mean, if he trades it in on something else, they're not going to give him what he paid for it back. Is
right, and he might get rid of it down the line. I'm not sure.
What is the gun that he's having a problem with?
The
Smeggy?
Hey, I bought a gun, and then I found out.
He dropped off.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was my headset or his connection.
No, he dropped off. I thought he was going to say what gun he bought. I was wondering what gun he was having troubles with.
It's a Mosquito. It's who makes it? SIG? Did he say no? Hell, I've never seen one or shot the thing. It's a Mosquito, so I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I keep hearing the stories about it, and at this point, I'm understanding that it has two springs and that sort of thing. But it's his dad's, and if I remember correctly, he said something like, even though his dad's a good car mechanic, he doesn't mess with his guns. And when he buys a gun, he expects it to work, which so do I, especially if it's new, right out of the box, just to work. And this thing's just giving him all kinds of issues. And people were saying that they came with 2 different springs, and depending on what kind of ammunition, you change out the spring. And his dad was saying, no, I don't want to do that. So I guess in the end, they ended up finding out that it didn't have different springs. The older ones did, and this newer one didn't. And high velocity ammo is what works in it. So,
Right.
Thanks for summing that up. Sorry, I get lagged out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's one of them things.
It would be the same thing as having a rifle that didn't like steel case ammo, but you put brass case ammo on it. It works all day long. Okay, you say, well, screw it. I just can't buy steel case ammo, but at least I can shoot it. So, so you got to get the high velocity stuff. It's it's not like it's not affordable. So I mean,
it is what it is, and that's whatever he does with it. That's his choice. I mean, that's whatever. But trying to get him a little bit off of his, I don't know, whatever you call it. He
high horse.
I don't know about that. He was just a little pissed off. I told him, like, dude, just think of it this way. It's a car that needs high octane. You got to put premium in it.
Yep.
That's what you get when you buy a car that needs premium. This thing needs high velocity. It's just the way it is.
That's
I
a great
agree with
analogy.
him. It shouldn't be like that. I mean, if you're a gun company and you stamp your name on a gun, you should stand behind that and be like, this thing works.
Now, wait a minute, though. When you get a car and you have to use premium fuel, it says right there on the gas gauge or on the door when you open it, use premium only, right? Or it should.
Yeah.
Or it'll say it in the owner's manual, in which case you've got a foreign car. But and then you find out later. But maybe they should stamp on the side of this gun, use high velocity ammo.
Or at least even in the freaking manual, because, I mean, that's like...
True, yes.
That's the first thing they said to him when he talked to customer service was like, oh, UCCI mini mag. He's like, well, that would have been nice to know 2 years ago before I've been messing with it all this time. Like, he doesn't take it out shooting super often, but I don't know. Obviously, it didn't sour his taste too much because he bought a SIG 226, so he obviously still likes SIG. But I don't know. Whatever.
Speaking of which, how did that shoot?
Oh, very nicely.
Yeah, we have one of the SIG 1911s in 22. It shoots really nice.
Yeah, I liked it for sure. The only thing that kind of bugged me though during that buying experience is he asked me like, "Oh, what do you think of it?" And I'm like, "It's pretty cool, yeah." And then I was like, "Do you like it?" And he's like, "Well, I want to know what you think of it because someday it's going to be yours." And he's done that a handful of times to me already. And it's like, dude, will you stop like reminding me that you're going to die at some point and then I'm going to get your guns? Like,
yeah, it's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but
on the flip side, one of my kids once, when he was younger, said, "Dad, I want your guns when you die." He's a kid. He's thinking like a kid, and I wasn't insulted by it, but I was just like, wow, that's creepy coming the other direction.
So the thing, it just gets to me, and not even as much so like, oh man, my dad's gonna die someday. Like I understand how life works, but just the fact that like, don't get something because you think I want it. Get something because you want it. Like I'm just excited. You're becoming more of a gun guy.
You don't have kids. When you have kids, it's a different perspective.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's a different perspective, okay? And that is that now when I buy a firearm, I want it to go to my great-grandchildren.
Yes.
Okay? In other words, I want something that's going to have longevity and something that's going to be built right.
Or that's collectible, or that could be rare one day.
Yeah. Okay.
Or that maybe if it's banned, you've got one for the family for the future. I think about things like that when I make firearms purchases now, especially after what happened last year where everybody was really worried. My sons both have a semi-auto and a bolt-action rifle in the safe that they have no idea that I bought for them. I bought 4 extra rifles last year that have never been used or haven't been shot by us that they don't even know about.
Right.
So it's a different perspective when you have kids or grandkids, or I mean, because you know, Smeggy, that you can make a gun last a real long time if you take good care of it.
Well, you got to start with a decent gun to start with, though.
I've gone so far as to keep spare parts for all my guns, not just for me to shoot, but for my kids or grandkids if those spare parts become expensive or hard to find in the future. I mean,
Damn it.
I found a spare barrel, brand new, never been used, made in the 50s for one of my Mauser rifles. And I bought it and I store it. And, you know, if they ever wear out the barrel on that rifle, maybe my grandkids will be the ones replacing it with the spare that I bought. It's just things that you consider when you have kids.
Right. I agree.
So I can see why, you know, having this range set up is important too, because and you know what, the anti-gunners don't understand that shooting is actually, it can be a family thing where you get together. It doesn't just have to be father and son. It can be the whole family, and you know, it can extend out.
Well, isn't there an old saying, the family that shoots together stays together?
I don't know, but it sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I have heard that before, yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like, okay, so my dad has always had guns. You know, I've shot guns when I was a little kid and all this stuff, but he was never really like a gun guy. You know what I mean? And
Right.
so recently, he has kind of started turning into a gun guy. So that's the part that I really like. Like last year, me and him built an AR-15 together, and it was one of those things like, dude, I'll help you do like the actual work, and I'll help you make some of the decisions, but you know, it's up to you what you want. Like, I'll just steer you away if you pick something really stupid. I'll be like, nah, dude, that company sucks or whatever. But you know, it's up to you. You want freaking whatever, this type of thing or that type of thing, go for it. And that was a really cool, you know, bonding experience or whatever. Like
Yes.
that was really fun to do. So, and it seems like ever since then, we've shot more up north together. You know, because we used to go up, like I said, like every other weekend, especially when I was a kid, because we actually built that house up north. We had like the frame built, and then we did all the plumbing, electrical, drywall, flooring, like we did everything else. So that was always our bonding moment, was working on the house up north. And
Well, there's
you know, now with this gun range up there and everything, we have something else to do when we go up there.
when I after I first had the stroke, I couldn't walk, and I was going to physical therapy and stuff. But they can only do so much. You've got to walk, you know, at home and things, you know, and being with no vision, you know, I was kind of like housebound. And I started getting into guns because we always had them around, like you said, we always had them around, but we're never gun people, you know. But my son took me to a gun show, and he took a little folding chair, and I would walk 20, 30 feet and sit down so that I could rest. Okay, and walk 20, 30 feet. And I would go through the gun show for a couple days of going through the gun show. Okay, but it got me walking, you know, and practicing. So to me, guns were really important to my recovery.
Yeah, people who aren't around it or don't appreciate it, don't understand simple little things like that. Yeah, I forgot that you had told me you had the stroke. Yeah. So I guess that would be another reason why you know, don't want to have the maintenance of taking care of picking up too much stuff. I mean,
Correct. I'm getting better.
yeah.
Though. I'm getting better. On Monday, the doctor gave me, I got a 10-page report from, you know, evaluation from my doctor. My God, it was scary to read all the shit about the cerebral hemorrhaging and what was in the MRIs and all that kind of crap, you know, because they told me, but I was out of it.
Hmm.
You know, and then all of a sudden you read it a couple years later and you go, oh my God, I went through that. Oh my God, that's horrible. But still, I'm learning more about guns every day. And that thanks to gun channels. You know?
Yeah, it is a great resource.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Yeah, as long as you don't take advice from that Night Strike guy. I mean, dude, that guy.
Or that Smeggy 42 guy.
Oh yeah, dude, that Smeggy guy doesn't know shit. Are you kidding me?
I know. I hear what the shit he says sometimes, and I'm just like, wow, why did they even let him buy a microphone?
Night Strike, you're there when somebody turns away to the dark side and somebody has to turn them back to the light side. That's what you're there for.
Turn them to the dark side or bring them back to the light?
Bring them back to the light. Bring them back to the light.
That kind of makes me sad because I'm more of a proponent for the Empire because our ships are big.
Okay,
triangles.
fine. Then turn them from the light to the dark. Whichever. Well, the dark is more powerful. I do think that somebody could be a Sith and not do evil things. They just control the dark side, but that's my nerd theory. I'd rather get in the Robotech chat. I know you don't like that, Smeggy.
Oh my God, get out of here.
Robotech!
Yeah. Hey, I'll go 1-for-1 with Matt on Robotech, but
Where is that kick button?
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Smeggy, he used to be on Channel 20 back in the day. Come on.
Was it really? I never watched it.
It's probably because you're that much younger. I didn't see it until I moved up here. So I moved up here in, what was it, 86? So they didn't even have it on TV down south.
I saw it on satellite in the mid to late 90s because that's when it was on satellite because they played the whole thing through and I loved it.
Yeah,
I probably saw it before. I probably saw it during the 80s too on TV, but we didn't have cable until like the late 80s. And then, when we moved around a lot when I was younger. So eventually when we came back to Arizona, we got satellite because the cable there because Cox Communications, they were awful in our area. So we went to satellite because more channels. So
yeah, well, I got rid of satellite because
you might have more choices up there in Reno. I know when I go to Vegas, there's 3 cable companies, and we don't have that in Southeast Michigan. We've got 2, and they're not even available everywhere.
We have 1.
You only have 1 up there in okay.
You got Comcast and whatever Charter is calling itself now.
And I can't get cable because I live way too far out. There is no cable. But they keep trying to sell me on getting satellite, and I keep saying why would I pay you for me to watch commercials? I mean, you give me channels with no commercials, I'll pay you. Okay, you give me where I have the stupid satellite TV and every station is, 20 minutes of commercials every hour.
You can almost watch gun channels 24/7. So really, at some point, cable will become obsolete to gun channels.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't want to listen to that guy named Smeggy 42. 24 hours of that.
He's the best part.
What if Smeggy 42 gets a cooking show, or say yes to the gun or something? I don't know.
Yeah, but there's Netflix. There's Amazon.
Amazon, yeah.
Yeah, Amazon. Yeah.
And I got to tell you, the worst guy to watch on gun channels is the Yankee Marshal. He's the worst.
Are you? I give Yankee some garbage, okay? But actually, I like Yankee's channel.
You do realize I'm not being serious at all.
Oh,
I am
good.
just joking.
No, you're being super serious. I know you.
No. I am not super serial right now, okay? I'm not.
Some people feel the same way about Yankee as some people feel about Flippy, so...
I would much rather talk to Yankee all day long than Flippy. I'll tell you that right now.
Yikes, dude. So much negativity. Why do you always jump in the thing and bring the negativity?
No, wait a minute, though. Sometimes
I gotta bring all these negative vibes, man.
Sometimes his negativity does bring you down, but like I said, he can turn somebody from the light side back to the dark then. because I heard two different opinions on something political lately, and I thought they were both good opinions, and I was so conflicted on it, and I was like, Night Strike can fix this.
Okay, what did I do? What did I do?
Okay, no, because you're on the Trump train, so yeah, I'm not.
As much
What?
as any Republican is.
Yeah, I'm at the station, but I'm not on the train. But I'm not anti-Trump.
If I'm on the Trump train, I'm on the caboose, just barely holding on.
So here's the thing: I was at work talking with somebody who was freaking out over Trump blocking the people coming in from the countries where we've had terrorists. Now, the only thing I right out the gate don't agree with is he should have put Saudi Arabia on the list, and he didn't. Other than that, and she agreed with me on that as well. Other than that, she said it's too much. It's too much power, and it's scaring people. And what if you're from one of those countries and you have loved ones that live here and you want to visit them? Why can't? And I said, well, hold up. First off, does it affect you? No. Does it affect your family? No. Does it affect your friends, your coworkers, anybody you know? No. Will it ever? No. Then what do you care? And she said, I care for the same reason I care that, people who are in need get the help and assistance they need.
Because
what?
No offense, but that person is a hypocrite because, does she care every time a liberal wants to take away your gun rights or your constitutional rights?
She's not anti-gun,
she doesn't care.
But she doesn't care.
She doesn't care. That's the point. Why should she care about this but not care about having those rights?
Well, hold up. She doesn't care if they give us more gun rights or they take them away. She has no opinion either way on it. But I was listening to her and I was trying to explain to her, hey, look, if it doesn't matter to you and it's not going to hurt anybody that you love, then don't worry about it. Why are you butting your nose into it? And I could kind of understand where she was coming from. And then later I listened to We Like Shooting and they were talking about it. And they were saying that if the president, no matter what president is, can sign this and other things into executive action, what's going to happen when an anti-gun president gets into office? What's he going to do to us? And I started thinking about it and I go, dang, I guess, I understand Obama did some executive actions to keep us from getting some imported guns or keep us from shooting lead-based ammo on federal land or crap like that to annoy us. But what if somehow or another a president in the future used the executive order to confiscate guns or something like that? I don't know. So I was kind of conflicted thinking, and I'm like, dang, I need Night Strike to turn me back. So
okay. Hold up there. If a president does do that, there's a thing for it. You know what it's called? It's called Dixie. Okay? And that'll solve the problem.
Well,
because any president that signs into any legislation, the removal of guns from the American people, he's knowingly violating the Constitution.
Yeah.
And at that point, then he's become tyrannical. And guess what that means? It means one of two things. Either we go and forcefully fight the government, because you're going to have to at that point, because they're trying to take it away from you. Or two, you have to secede from the government because the government is no longer the government that you know and I know, because it's changed so much that it has become tyrannical.
Well, he hasn't signed any executive orders yet that violate the Constitution, and he hasn't signed any executive orders yet that hurt the American public. Maybe it hinders foreigners by putting up a wall or by temporarily blocking people from a country from coming over here. I don't care about the foreigners. I care about Americans. So he hasn't signed anything. The whole Obamacare thing that he signed, that doesn't hurt Americans. That helps Americans. So I'm fine with it. But at the end of the day, I got a coworker who is intelligent, who I respect, who had a different point of view. And then the guys from We Like Shooting had a different point of view. And I respect their opinions too, because they are intelligent and articulate. And I thought, okay, there are different sides to this, and I can see some of the other. and it wasn't making me want to go lib or anti-Trump or anything like that. I'm not, like I said, I'm not on the Trump train. I'm not, but I don't have anything against it. I mean, he hasn't been in office long enough. And let's just give him some time. But still, it was just the whole, wow, this stuff is really making me think and stuff. I mean, don't expect, you know.
This implementation of what he's doing right now was actually, if you actually do some research, was actually a note. Or not a note, but a report written by a Secretary Clinton back in 2013 stating that they should do a temporary ban on these people because of the situation in the Middle East.
Okay, that I didn't know. We Like Shooting did explain about the whole Obama did something, but the way he went about it and the reasons he did it for and the limited basis on which he did it was entirely different than what Trump was doing. And I don't remember the specifics of it, but it made sense. So, but the thing from Secretary of State, I was not aware of.
Granted, he's choosing to take that one and implement it now, and all the liberals that thought that was a great idea then think it's so awful now. It's only because a Republican is doing it and not one of them.
Okay, I'm not saying I'm going one way or the other. It's just giving me a lot to think about, and then just like, wait a minute, where I was, why am I going away from where I was? I need somebody to turn me back. But I don't really like to get on gun channels and talk politics too much. But that puts a little bit more of a, I guess you just sort of evened it out a little bit more. So I appreciate that.
Well, if you want something to derail the crazy train here,
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to get back to shooting ranges a little bit because I know Night Strike has a shooting range in his backyard, and I am curious, Mr. Knight or Mr. Strike.
It's Mr. Strike.
Mr. Strike, I apologize. Mr. Strike, what kinds of things do you use as targets on your shooting range?
Watermelons.
I am cheap, so I've moved around a lot. So I have an excess of old moving boxes, okay? And what I normally do is I fill them up with sand because I've got no shortage of sand in this area. And I usually tack on probably like a target onto it with either like a staple gun or just thumbtacks or something. Whatever I have on hand.
Duct tape.
Duct tape even. And then I just shoot those boxes because I have a berm which is basically just a bunch of logs that were left over by the loggers when they cleared the back property. So I usually put the box in front of that pile of logs, and then I just go to town.
Okay, so you mostly just shoot. Basically, the target part of it is just paper targets, and they happen to be attached to
either what I
like
bought
a little
from
bullet
the store,
trap, basically.
Either what I bought from the store or I printed off the internet.
Yeah, I like printing targets because I like shooting at different things. I mean, sure, having just a regular bullseye or having a silhouette or something's fine. But I
may or
like
may not
shooting
have
weird
some
things.
Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton targets. I'll tell you that. I may or may not have them.
I have a pretty cool. It was back from Desert Storm, but it's a Saddam Hussein target.
Oh, I've got those too. I've also got Osama targets.
And that's not something printed off the internet or anything. That's actual like on, whatever that target paper is, like that. It's like construction paper type thickness.
Right.
Yeah, those are actual like from a target making company.
You got a plotter at work, Smeggy?
Yeah, I do.
Those are great for making targets. Not that I would have ever.
I would never misuse company resources to make an official sized IDPA silhouette that I made in AutoCAD.
He says that now, but maybe later, off the books, he might.
No, Night Strike. Just like you would never 3D print an AR lower.
Like, later on.
I'm going to say it right now. I would totally 3D print an AR lower. Would I use it? Hell no.
Yeah, not if you built it.
Just like I'm not going to use any of those AR lowers I made out of that resin kit, just because the fact that they are so brittle. If you drop them, they will break.
I would use one that Dead Horse 3D prints because I trust his 3D printing skills.
Never misuse company resources, but if he was doing company research, happen to print targets, then you can do that.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
because
because the big
That would be
pre-order
what
manufacturers
this
always
company
care
got
about
owners.
targets.
What if you didn't load the paper right and you needed something to make the paper feed through an adequate length to make sure that it was working right? And yeah, it's a test.
I mean, it's really not
And you are
showing
a
up
company
good,
man
but
through and through.
I'm not saying that this 24 by 36 sheet of paper that has an IDPA target printed on it came from anywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
this
or
roll
these,
of targets.
yeah, that's really not. Can you guys even see
Rubber
those
band.
lines? I mean, it's.
No, not at all.
Oh, there you go. When I get close, see, I did the perforation and everything. Like I got the exact dimensions of what the target's supposed to be.
Talk about dedicated.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, I wanted something to practice, and I figured I could take one of them and cut it out, and then like put it on cardboard and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I got that stuff, and then I got like stuff like this and
How are you not melting right now?
little silhouettes and things. What? What are you talking about? You're weird. Why would I be melting?
You're a snowman.
Yeah, why would I be melting though? And I like these. I buy these all the time. Because then you get all the little dots. Oh, that's still at home or at work. But I found this target online, a dartboard. I printed that up on a 18 by 24 sheet, so it's a little bit bigger. And that's a pretty good size for playing darts with your buddies.
Freedom Munitions has got free targets on their site. Ammunition storage component used to have them. I don't know if they still do.
Let's see, what else can I show off here? Can I reach it? Yeah, I can. Ooh, look at my donuts.
Donuts.
And my Homer. See,
What are
those
those
three
for?
donuts match these donuts. One of them's in my car, though. I put the pink one in my car.
And what are those for?
These are for the gun show loophole tour.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here.
I live in Nevada, so we've never had a gun show loophole. I guess it's in some states.
Da-da-da. What happened here? There we go. So I tried to. So I took a picture with Homer cleaning my AK. Because have you seen those with the little Lego people like cleaning stuff? I like those pictures. So I tried to do one of those pictures, and then I tried to do one of the pictures with like putting dirt on his face and like zooming in. Yeah, good websites. #tactical sticker. Woohoo! Every second matters sticker. Woohoo! But anyways, so I tried to do one of them pictures with like the dirt and stuff on his face, and it didn't work out, so I didn't post that. Okay, I think show and tell's over. Where's my camera? There we go.
It's good to have stuff.
Yeah, I like stuff. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I guess Night Strike's offended by my patches or something.
No, his fiber optic network went down.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I hope he doesn't think I was target shaming him.
Or he had to go get a bunch of targets for one-upmanship.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's. I don't know. I think range design. I think that's a really cool topic. That's why I keep going back to it.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you want to get
I think
ideas
so.
from other people, I think that's great. But in the end, I still think it should be custom to what you want. I mean, maybe you could even get your kids involved and say, "Hey, guys, come up with some ideas, or what would you like to see out here, or something." Maybe.
Oh, yeah, I have a dueling tree, and it's rated for like pistol calibers, but that is fun. If you and your buddy, you try and flip him onto his side, he tries to flip him onto your side. It's got 6 targets. You're just kind of
That
staking
sounds
into the
interesting.
ground. I got that as a gift. So I'm not sure where they got it from, but that is
See?
pretty fun.
Knowing about that is an interesting thing because that would be really cool.
What I like about the metal targets is you don't need a spotting scope to know you hit them. It's the same thing with the tannerite. You're either going to hear it or you're going to see it. It's either going to move or fall over, or you're going to hear the ting. Whereas, if you're shooting at 500 yards, even if you're shooting at 100 yards, I don't know, well, at least for me, I'm going to need a spotting scope to see if I hit the thing, if it's a paper target. So,
Right.
So if you hear that ting, off in the distance, unless you've got a berm and behind it you've got a system to raise and lower targets, and you got somebody working behind the berm marking the target, then it's either a spotting scope or something that makes noise or moves. I mean, you could use balloons or I don't know what else that would if a balloon popped, you'd know you hit it. So just different things, and that I think there's more fun in that. I especially like the sound. That there's more fun in that. It's I mean, if you're trying to get a really tight group, if you're trying to shoot like a 3-inch group at 500 yards, yeah, you want a paper target and you want to have a spotting scope stuff. If you just want to hit something at 100 yards or 300 yards or 500 yards, then it really doesn't matter. If you get it in a 10-inch circle, who cares? But if you can't see that circle or you can't hear it or something to let you know that you hit it, then
Yeah, definitely. I think for what he's talking about, I mean, getting a couple different types of steel, I think might be the way to go. Now, granted, when I was looking, steel targets can be a little expensive. So that's the only downside. I mean, if you want like a steel silhouette type thing with like a swinging thing or something that pops up wherever, you're looking at what, like a couple $100 or something. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I've tried to make some myself, but they sucked.
yeah,
Well,
I'd prefer to just get one from a place because then I know for sure it's the right type of steel and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess you get AR 500, you're good, but they make them at an angle, so like the ricochet and stuff, not ricochet, but like the splatter, it directs it down, it doesn't fly back at you.
I fabbed up a target with scrap metal from work. I took a steel tube, I took a sheet of steel, I welded them together. I bought a cinder block, some washers, some nuts, and a threaded rod. I drilled a hole through the cinder block. I ran the threaded rod through. I cinched it up on the top and on the bottom so the rod stuck out. I slid the tube over the rod so the steel's sitting there. Hypothetically, I'm thinking it'll work like a tree and you hit it and it'll spin around. So I shot it with an 8mm Mauser. Bullet went right through it. Didn't move it at all, just right through. Okay, 30-06, right through. Okay, I'm not doing this right. So I was definitely using the wrong caliber, but the way I ended up making it later when I looked at a commercial tree that you could buy, I'm looking at it going, oh, I made this thing way too big and way too heavy. Even if I hit it with a 50 cal, it's not going to spin it around and move it. I mean, I made this thing out of a sheet that was bigger than 12 by 12. There was no way. I mean, you look at those trees, those are little targets, They're little for a reason, so they do spin around. They're not these huge sheets.
Right.
Yeah. And I've seen people hit still silhouette animals at 600 yards with black powder cartridge rifles, and it's so cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, I have a connection with a like a sheet metal company that welds up a bunch of different stuff. And at one point, he told me he'd well, this is one of the guys told me that he would weld it up for me just for cost, time, and materials, basically. So they can get this stuff cheap or cheaper than I could, through their connections. And then he's like, yeah, I'll just I'll stay over after work for an hour or something, and you'll just pay me for an hour's worth of work, type of thing. So that's kind of still open on the table, but I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I got to draw something up that I actually get some schematics or something for him to do. God damn it. Are you kidding me?
Having things that move and have things that make a sound are great, because I have a couple daughters, and god damn, do they get competitive when it comes to shooting. Jesus.
Yeah, so imagine putting the two of them against each other on a dueling tree.
Oh, I know. It sounds incredible, because my son and I would shoot so that we become better, right? The girls are like, I was better than you. I was like, holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I would think that you could get something like that. If you didn't buy it manufacturer direct, you could probably get it from Midway USA, Natchez Shooters, Mid-South Shooting Supply, Brownells, all that. But it could be so heavy that the freight on it could be a little bit expensive.
Well, if it's got longevity to it, then, I'm not worried about the cost. Either you can afford to do it, The question is, having family togetherness and family time and things like that, I don't think you can put a price on it.
Smeggy, do you know how long that AR-500 lasts?
Pretty long, man. I mean, that's like the super, resistant stuff.
Right.
So, yeah, I do not know like a number like, oh, it'll take 5,000 rounds of 9mm. I don't know that number. But it definitely, it's rated to take, a lot of punishment.
So, I don't know if any of you guys have parties where you invite people over and you have a party at your house.
I don't have any friends.
Yeah, and I'm antisocial.
Well, we have a pretty big there's 8 of us on the mountain, So everybody knows everybody, So people do different things. It's like the Super Bowl, Everybody's going to go to a neighbor's house for the Super Bowl. Okay? And we drink and have fun and watch the Super Bowl, So there's a certain amount of money you put away to have a party and to have fun. So you just sneak that, the girls have their budget of all the food and all that stuff. You just got to sneak your targets and stuff into your party budget so that all the guys can come and shoot and do stuff.
Yeah, well, that's actually, I knew a guy. This was actually, I knew him through my ex. It was the husband of a lady that she worked with. But he used to do what he called, it was either redneck pumpkin carving or Shoot-a-Palooza, which is the name I liked better. But it was every October. I only ever went to one, but he would have everyone over on his property. He's got, some decent land. He's out a ways. And he would shoot all afternoon, and then he always did like a chili cook-off and then like a big bonfire. So like once the chili cook-off started, that's when all the guns got put away and the beer started coming out. Because he was very much like no drinking and shooting, which I agree with. But and it was a hell of a time, dude. Like, it was so much fun. And the cool thing with that, he reloaded. So basically, all he asked was like, "Hey, you're coming over using my stuff." Everyone spent the night there because we all got like really wasted and stuff. And he's like, "Just leave your brass for me." So he actually like, you kind of paid him by, leaving the brass, and then everyone brought food and stuff for the chili cook-off. Either they made chili or like I don't know, we brought like a bunch of chips and like I don't know, made some type of dip or some shit, all this stuff, cookies, whatever. But it turned into like a big, huge event. It was pretty damn fun.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get you a link here real quick. I just looked up dueling. Midway USA has one 189. Oh, okay, $190 free shipping.
Okay, you put a link somewhere?
I'm going to. Yeah,
Okay.
I looked it up on my phone just because it was easier. And now I'm going to look it up on my computer and send it. Commercial grade. Oh, rimfire dueling tree. So yeah, I didn't read that in the first description.
Well, that's fine. It can be a rimfire dueling tree.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I got enough rimfire guns.
All right. Boom. Paste. Ta-da. And it looked like they actually have quite a few things. So I'm just going to poke around on Midway here. Here's what for $447. I bet you this is like rifle grade or something. Handgun dueling tree. Oh my. Rated for all non-magnum handguns. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I mean, Midway seems to have quite a few different targets and stuff.
I'm going to bookmark this.
They're not the only ones I buy from, but they're my go-to for a lot of stuff. I'd say Brownells has more gun parts, So if you're looking to buy this and then you want to throw other things on there like ammo or parts or magazines or targets or cleaning supplies or something like that, you shop around a little bit. Maybe you might even find better shipping rates. But I mean, Midway is usually where I go to first. If there's something special I'm looking for, something, not target related, but for reloading or something like that, I might go to another website or whatnot. But Midway's my go-to. They've got decent shipping rates, and then they have that roundup where you round up your order to the nearest dollar, and they donate that money to the NRA. So,
yeah, I do like that feature of it. I found this other one here. I have never heard of this NM 500 steel. I normally hear AR 500, which is abrasion resistant. I don't know what NM stands for, but this is rated up to 30-06, and it's like $95. Now there's only 4 paddles total. Instead, I think the other one had like 6 or whatever. But still, for a rifle, like that'd be kind of cool to go out to, 150 yards or something and shoot rifles right next to each other, trying to flip the things around.
Oh yeah, like I said, I have daughters and my wife. I mean, the girls are so much more competitive than me and my son. Okay.
Ooh, this one, $60 for a 22 caliber 6-paddle dueling tree. It's from what's it? Do It All Outdoors, or Do All Outdoors. Perfect for backyard plinking. Blah blah blah. So I don't know if anyone maybe in the chat has heard of Do All Outdoors, if they're a reputable company or whatever. But I mean, they're on Midway, and Midway's not really known for selling junk, I don't think. I didn't read any reviews or nothing, but there's a handful of links, and just poke around on there, dude.
That's what I was doing. It's very cool. See, that's why you go on gun channels. Not necessarily to listen to political stuff.
I agree. I get burnt out on that sometimes. Jump in. Everyone jump in. Yeah, I agree. There, I'll post that for the outside chat in case people want to see that. That's pretty. Damn, I'm almost considering getting this. I'd have to buy a 22 so I can compete with my dad, but oh, that was the rifle target one. Where am I? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, do all outdoors. I don't know if they're good or not. Let's see. 5 stars. They only have 1 review.
Squid was asking if we ever thought about having Midway sponsor gun channels. I haven't. I've tried as much as I can to resist anybody sponsoring gun channels other than the members, so that it doesn't have to be anything that it ain't. It doesn't have to be productive. It doesn't have to be growing to increase traffic, to increase sponsors, and that kind of thing. I didn't want it to have to do a little dance to impress anybody. I appreciate the organic, like natural way that it has become, and I don't know if that's necessarily something that sponsors want. Most of the time I talk to sponsors, they want, at this point at least in the game, they want, you know, something to on a list that they can calculate. They want so many, a banner with so many views, or a potential for so many follow through orders being placed or something like that. And gun channels would be a different place if I had to look at it as a bunch of people buying shit and then keeping track of what you're all buying, so that I can go impress somebody with how many of you are buying shit and how I can influence that decision. That just makes it a whole different thing. So I'm trying not to. I don't see the benefit, I guess, let's say. I don't know what the hell their money would do, except maybe allow me to pay somebody to make pieces that are less modular and more unique, and then we either wouldn't have the upgrades like we've had, and we wouldn't have the opportunity to, you know, see new developments in the tech as it happens, which is your problem when you buy your own proprietary software. You have to pay to decide to make it better every once in a while. And if the world changes around you, you don't necessarily know. When we're using software like we're using, it is a little bit cheaper, but you know, the growth spurts that we have, like we just did with the new chat, are usually beneficial to the overall. You know, we're keeping up with the tech that's out there on the other platforms. We're less susceptible to attack, and then, like it or not, we're growing. You know, we're using new pieces of, I don't know, whatever they think is important, like the little tabs on the chat room or whatever.
Yeah, now if only the pop-out chat worked, I'd be super happy.
Doesn't work at all.
See, I like gun channels. I was just wondering, I mean, I know you had said some things in the past about not wanting to have sponsors, and your explanation there kind of explains a little bit more. You know, they've got demands and they want statistics and numbers. You're going to have the business people with they're going to want to crunch their numbers and have their spreadsheets and stuff like that, as opposed to just real life stuff. I don't think you would ever endorse a product that you either hadn't had personal experience with, or knew somebody that you trusted implicitly that had experience with, that had something positive to say about it. I don't doubt your sincerity. And that's why if you endorse a product, I would think that they're not paying you off, that you actually would think, hey, everybody should know this thing works good. However, that's probably not what these sponsors are looking for. They just want numbers and that sort of thing. I don't mind if a channel has got a sponsor, but sometimes you can see where they're just kind of like just saying it, or, you know, you weren't using this brand 6 months ago. Why is this now? Well, yeah, because they're paying you. And so you don't necessarily know if it's good or not. My bottom line is it good or not? Not that sort of thing. But your explanation kind of puts some light on exactly why you haven't, or, you know, at least you've researched it.
Yeah, so I like the
I think about it all the time.
I like the FUBU action of gun channels, right? For us, by us, that type of thing, right?
Yeah, that certainly is enough of a positive, that I just don't see what are we lacking? Like, what are we missing? You know, unregulated growth isn't a goal of mine. It never has been. So if we could have, cooler, more stuff, I'd be okay with that. And I'm okay with growth. It's just that, well, like you're saying with the sponsor thing, and the sponsor thing, the other thing is, I honestly, I have too many guns. I've collected guns, but unhealthily, right? You don't need to have 25 guns that don't work. I have way more than 25 guns that don't. I have more guns than most people have that don't work. Like I should say, I have more guns that don't work than most people have guns. So I got tons of stupid guns. So I don't try to. I never intended to have people follow that path, except for stuff that they are interested in collecting. I'll talk to other collectors or whatever. But anyhow, as far as like some product, I'm trying to get people to buy less. So I would be a bad advocate for shit. I haven't bought shit in forever. I don't buy nothing. I don't have any money, and I bought all.
It would be great if you could, I don't know, send a Midway USA gift card to another Gun Channels member without violating their anonymity, or if you could. I don't know if there was some sort of gun channel. I mean, I know you have the patches and some of the shirts and stuff like that, but a gun channels logo AR lower or something like that. And I know you've talked about you have to, in order to get those, you've got to have a minimum lot, and you have to have all these people put in, and so it's not something where you can just keep it on the shelf.
Let's get a variant. If you want to run your own run of them, then the ATF is going to require that somebody files for a variant, and you create them with that serial or whatever, that serial number run. So that's different than just having somebody engrave something on the side of a gun because you think it looks cool. I mean, that's not an issue. And with engravers and stuff being a dime a dozen, Dead Horse can engrave shit on his AR lowers. So it doesn't, that's just a matter of doing it. But I don't know. I just never, as soon as you, well, I don't know. So as far as selling shit, like I say, I would be okay with a sponsor who just wanted to say appreciate the effort that we're doing here and just wanted to support it. That would be great. If there's just sponsors that wanted to say like, we sponsor the lobby room, or we sponsor the trading post, or we sponsor the Q&A segment, or portion of the place. I might do something like that or explore something like that, but I'd like to see that be gun shops or so that they don't expect nothing in response except for that they're contributing to a cool project.
I think if you recommended a brand or a shop or a training course, if you recommended a certain kind of cleaning oil or a certain type of ammunition or a magazine manufacturer or something like that, I don't think that you would try to, you would be doing it more from the standpoint of, hey, I've used this and it works, or hey, I know people have used this and it works, or stay away from this because this sucks, and that sort of thing. It's just too bad that there isn't a way to incorporate that into something that could benefit gun channels without it having to be corporate America crunching the numbers. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. We do that all the time, though. That's the nice thing about gun channels. We can all say that about anything we want. So
yeah. Although I'm not going to buy a Maverick 88 just because Matt likes them. I value Matt's opinion, but
well, that's the thing. So if Maverick was supporting, a chunk of the channel, there'd be probably less people that just come in and be blowhards for Remingtons or something.
And this portion of Gun Channels is brought to you today by High Point.
So I don't know what Clay is. Is Clay in here? He's asking, how do you upload photos on the Instagram? I don't know what PC page is on the Instagram. Oh, how do you
from his computer instead of on your phone?
Instagram is made so you cannot. It is not possible to upgrade or upload pictures from a computer into Instagram. You have to use a telephone.
You can do a lot more than you used to be able to, though, on the website.
Oh, really?
Desktop, yeah. Like you can search people and check. You can't check your DMs, but you can look at all the stuff on your home profile.
I never even heard of Instagram until I started listening to Gun Channels. Some of us are just not computer savvy.
Hey, that's why I signed up for it when I heard that there was a lot of cool gun pictures on there. I was like, oh, okay, I'll check it out.
Somebody would say IG, and I'm thinking, IG-88? The assassin droid? No. Oh, Instagram. Okay, what is this? Yeah, I'm not that computer savvy, but I will say that I've learned a little bit of this and a little bit of that by listening to gun channels that doesn't have anything to do with guns, and it's great. Although the gun stuff is better.
Speaking of that, I forgot to favorite the dog eating me. I meant to do that last night, and I forgot to.
So that being said, you can't do it, but you can hire somebody in like some country where they'll work for a couple of dollars an hour, and you can give them a bunch of pictures and tell them to do it. So I guess you could technically do that from your computer and get it accomplished through your computer. You just can't actually technically do it.
Oh, I never knew what the liking or subscribing was until I know you've mentioned it a few times on the Daily Gun Show. Actually, you mention it almost every day, and I'm glad you do, because I never understood this whole like a video or subscribe to a channel, and it helped me start watching more channels. And I only like them if I think they have good.
Jeez.
Yeah, hey man, I'm telling you, I don't. It's just I'm not into I don't Facebook, I don't any of that garbage. I email, but I use my computer to buy garbage online or pay my bills or whatnot, but or research stuff or help my kid with a school project. But I'm not into all this. Hey, today I ate this meal, or today I'm here, so go rob my house, or whatever. I got too many ex-wives who want to know things about me. No thanks. But it's just no, I'm not into that. So I don't like it. What like? Why am I giving it a thumbs up? Oh, okay. It helps other people who might be watching the same thing I watch say, okay, this is a good video. Then it becomes a suggestion. Next thing you know, I'm getting suggestions for more channels that I never even knew existed, and some of them, no, they suck, and other ones, oh wow, this is great. This is definitely a resource for me that I didn't know this guy was out here doing these videos, and I don't understand any of that garbage. So it's been good to learn.
Okay, speaking of finding channels or whatever, I stumbled across this earlier today. I posted it on the main page. This guy's got a YouTube channel, but he makes these like rubber band guns out of Legos, and holy crap, dude, like they are so cool. I posted like one of his examples. I think the one I posted, he actually shoots like little Lego blocks, but it's all these like rubber bands and shit. But he has like a full auto rubber band gun, and he's got like a semi-auto handgun and like all these different shit he made out of Legos. It's super cool. So you guys should check that out. And I looked at his videos, he has like 100 likes or 100 thumbs up or whatever. I'm like, how are more people not finding this? Like, this is so cool. But that's the nerd in me also, because on some of the videos, he actually like he shoots it and then he kind of zooms in and like he'll take a couple pieces off, and he doesn't talk in any of them. I think he's foreign, but whatever, that's fine. Foreign people are allowed to have opinions. But he like shows how the thing actually works and everything. Like, it's really cool. So everyone should check those out. But anyways,
Yeah. You're sending this out on Instagram, or
it's on YouTube actually.
I just Instagrammed it.
yeah, I don't do Instagram.
You should do the Instagram.
Visually impaired.
Braillegram?
Yeah.
There can be like a music gram.
Some sort of tactile interface.
Like 60-second blog gram.
Right,
Voice blog.
I have to use voice command to do like writing of any kind, which is another reason I enjoy gun channels, because I can learn things and get things, and then you guys can send me links on things that I wouldn't normally be able to search on my own. And then I can have the links when I do them, I'll go through and I'll sit down with like my wife and say, which do you think is the best here? What do you think is the best there? And she'll read them to me. Which makes me extremely freaking spoiled, but I know it. So that's okay. As long as you know you're spoiled, it's okay to be spoiled.
There I am.
And as long as you appreciate things that people do. It's like when they were doing those links on those targets and stuff for me.
Oh no. Oh, Smitty's being eaten.
What is that noise?
I got followed by
I got to meet Smeggy.
Botach.
Hey Smeggy, how's it going? Oh no. Oh, Smitty's being eaten.
That's when G-Web's dog ate a little snowman that he made.
Did you put that in the side chat?
Oh, that was on my phone. I don't want to have to try and find it on the computer again.
All right. That's fine.
That's another thing. Smeggy, you told me I could use Hangouts on my phone. And I've tried to make this thing work. I even sent you a message going, how do I make this phone thing work? Because it said that I could send you a message. I don't know how to make this damn thing work. I'm sure it's really simple, and I'm just stupid.
I just click on the link on my phone, and it automatically opens up Hangouts. Do you have an Android phone or an Apple phone?
Yeah, I'm a Droid guy.
Okay, you should already have like Google Hangouts preloaded, like in your apps or whatever, right? You have that?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, all you have to do is click on the link on your phone. It automatically pulls up the app and opens it up. So like, just go to use your phone to go to Gun Channels, and then click on the link from there, and it automatically opens it Hangouts.
So okay. So then I got to open Google Chrome, type in gun Channels, log in, and then use. I'm talking about just using the Hangouts app to jump right into a. Do that.
Yeah, like if people like send you an invite or something, I think you can do it through there. But yeah, I always just click on the link.
Oh, okay. That's why I have the frowny face, because nobody's invited me.
Well, it's annoying when people invite you, because then like your phone starts like. It's almost like a phone call. Like it like beeps and shit every time someone tries to connect to you and stuff. So I never like invite people, because it just ends up being annoying. Here, let me see. So but yeah, anyway, so yeah, if you go on to like Gun Channels on your phone, and then you just click the link and it automatically opens up.
That's like YouTube is now decided to send everybody an email every time they post a new video. It's like, get away from me. If I go on and check my subscriptions, I will look at what I want to.
Oh yeah, you have the notifications turned on YouTube.
Is there a way to turn it off?
Yeah, there should be. It's probably under settings or something.
Okay, I'm on my phone.
There you go. And then all you do is just like you tap the screen, and then the little box pops up to mute or turn your camera on, and that's how you can like mute and unmute yourself.
Okay.
And then those little buttons go away for a while if you're just sitting there talking. So then you just tap the screen, they pop up, and you mute yourself.
Okay, you can call me Grandpa, but damn, I'm not that Grandpa. Shit.
I was just teasing with you when you're like, oh, I don't know Instagram.
I don't.
So I have not been in a chat with G-Webs for a while. How are you doing?
Fair to middling.
Is that good?
About in the middle.
Okay.
Not complaining.
It's better than bad.
Know. Yeah, I guess that's better than bad.
I know he was up late last night when I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Him and Dead Horse were talking.
Was it an AR talk?
I don't even remember, dude. I was so out of it.
Did you go to Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday?
I did not. No, I
Okay.
just plain slept, dude. I wasn't even
okay.
drinking or nothing. I fell asleep at 8 o'clock and woke up at 3 in the morning. Completely zonked out. Night Strike texted me and everything. I didn't even fucking hear it.
He texted you, "Where you at? Don't leave me here alone."
Yeah. Well, he just texted me like hit or miss question mark. But I mean, my phone's on vibrate. I didn't even wake up to that.
Hey, when you're tired, you're tired. In about 13 more years, you'll be as tired as me.
And why is that?
Because he told me how old he was once, and he's 13 years younger than me. Actually, he might not be because he ain't got no kids or a wife, and that'll make you more tired. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's just a fact of life. I like having kids and a wife, but I see people who aren't married and don't have kids, and they're my age, and they look younger and have more energy.
Because they actually got some sleep.
Oh, I guess. Oh.
Or I'm up all night with the girly friends, you know? Because I'm a big player like that. I can't even say that with a straight face.
If that's your prerogative, there's no harm in it.
Yeah, no, I can't even say that was that. It's not my style, man.
Nothing wrong with that. Your first question on a when you're asking a chick out is, so do you like guns?
Yeah.
If they don't run away, there's the end.
I actually went out with a girl for a little bit that didn't like guns. She was like very liberal, vegetarian, like all this stuff, but she wasn't one of them like annoying ones. It was basically like, listen, it's not for me, but you do whatever the fuck you want. So I was like, all right, that's cool. So that was okay. But we did get into it a couple times, and I was like, during the election thing, I said something about like, yeah, I mean, I'm not really happy about either of them, but there's one in particular I certainly don't want to win. She goes, I feel the exact same way. And then like it was like, 1, 2, 3, and she yells Trump and I yell Clinton. And it was like, oh.
That was it. Yeah.
No, that wasn't it, but that was like, oh, okay. Well,
religion and politics can end a relationship pretty quick.
Yeah, no, it was fine. There were other things, but yeah, she's a nice person. Not into guns, but yeah, definitely. I want my next girlfriend. I want to be someone who likes guns because that gives you something to do, you know.
Just don't be embarrassed if she outshoots you.
Oh, now, dude, my ex-wife shot fucking 10 times better than me, and she just got into guns like, after me. Like I had been shooting longer than she had, and yeah, she quickly, like the first time she went shooting, I was better than her. The 10th time she went shooting, we were like about the same. And then it's like everything after that, she was better than me. It's like, holy shit, how did you pick it up so fast? Like it's just the way it is.
That's just something women do.
Forever? Did she take forever between every shot? Like that's what girls do. And then
no,
super accurate.
Women pick up shooting, I think naturally they pick it up better than guys. I'm not saying that there's no guy that's better than a woman. I'm just saying that they might not be drawn to it the way we are, but once they get into it, I think that they have a knack for it. And it's a shame when one of them crosses their arms and goes, I'm never going to do that. And they don't realize that they've, at least in my experience, what I've seen, that they've got a natural ability for it. And then when they find out how much fun it is, it's just, I don't know. I'd like to see more women out there shooting.
Well, I asked that question about gun channels. Why are there no women on, But that's because, some people were really crude on gun channels, but You would think that women would want to learn more, you know?
I've seen a couple on, so I don't think you've scared all of them away.
Yeah, I don't know about the crudeness because they might act a certain way, but the potty mouth thing, yeah, they all have one. Don't let them fool you.
I meant case in point, Flippy.
Yeah, I think it was more that like it's you know what, here's the thing though, dude. It's the same thing with like video games and whatnot. I mean, I know a lot of girls play video games too, but I saw it when I was, playing competitively, is that as soon as like a girl would jump on the team chat or something, oh my god, every single guy was like, "Oh my god, you sound hot. Send pics." Blah blah blah. It's like they're there to do the same thing we're here for, and that's either to kill the terrorists or to plant the bomb. Because I was playing Counter-Strike, so it's like, can we just freaking play together? Like, you guys are dumb. Like, leave her alone. But every time, and that's either you're tough enough to take it or you're not. I mean,
if you had 9 guys in the hangout and one chick jumps on, all the single guys for sure are definitely going to be like, "Oh, it's like that will scare them away." They may like the attention. I'm not going to lie. I mean, some of them like being surrounded by a whole bunch of guys, but sometimes, they don't want it, or they don't want it under certain circumstances or a certain way. So
yeah. I mean, it's like, just treat people like humans. It's not that complicated.
No, if I'm at the shooting range and I see a female and she's shooting by herself, the first thing I'm thinking is she's probably really good. If I see her shooting with a bunch of guys, I'm thinking one of these guys is her husband, her boyfriend, or her brother, and they're showing her how to shoot. So, but I don't
also that's also the time that you watch when the guy's shooting that you're safely in cover, because the boyfriend taking the girl out is when he's got to be Mr. Show Off, like, look how awesome I am, and they end up doing stupid things.
Yeah.
Is Smeggy still in here?
Yeah, I'm around.
Hey, do you have any pics of that gamer chick you were talking about?
No comment.
It would be nice to.
He's a smart ass G-Webs.
It would be nice to get some chicks on gun channels, and I think if some of them stuck it out and dealt with some of the stuff at first, I think it would tone down pretty quick. We're guys. We talk like guys. Any woman who says that they think we're pigs because we talk like that, they're lesbians, because women.
Oh, come on now.
They do. No, I'm serious, because women want us to be guys. Maybe out in public they want a certain thing, but after that, they want us to be men. They want us to be guys. But
they don't want to be. They don't want to get hit on every 2 seconds.
Like a piece of meat, at least not by 9 strangers. No. But I think if one of them or a couple of them came on some of the chats or some of the shows and stuck it out long enough, it would tone down, because the guys, somebody was teasing me about this, but some of the guys, or a lot of the guys I hear talk in the chats and on the shows, are smart. They might say some stupid stuff, or they might joke around, or they might be a little bit crude here or there, like all of us guys are. But the people on gun channels are smart. After a while, it would tone down.
That's all. Just
yeah, it would tone down. It would tone down, and they would just be one of the guys. It would be. It's just getting past that hurdle of how many times can they deal with getting hit on or whatever it is before it tones down. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just my opinion. That's my opinion.
And there's the thing, I never really understood, like, guys hitting on girls, like, on the internet or whatever. Like, do you really think this is going somewhere, dude? Like, get over it, man. Like, just put yourself in the friend zone and call it a day.
Plus, I don't know what
you're magically gonna, like, freaking drive across the country and meet them and be like, "Oh, I love you." Like, come on, get over it.
I don't know.
They play video games with you. Who cares?
You're only seeing their icon. You're not seeing the actual person. So how do you know if she's good looking or not?
Well, that's what Instagram's for.
Yeah. Well, getting chicks isn't hard to do, so you don't need to go online to do it. But I mean, if you do, who cares?
And on a completely unrelated note, man, NRA show sure will be fun this year. Can't wait to get down to Atlanta. But yeah, man, dude, I don't know why my brain keeps going back to shooting range shit, dude. I can't wait to improve my range this year. I got to make the berm longer, and I think I want to put sides on it, so it's actually like a U-shaped like bay. And I'm gonna start doing like IDPA type stuff or USPSA, whatever, that type of thing. I like shooting. Oh, what the hell? What happened to all you guys?
No, I'm still here. Not forever. Old man's got to get his sleep. I mean, Grandpa's got to get his sleep.
I think we were just listening to everybody.
Grampy.
Yeah. When you're 44, you can buy yourself a 44 Magnum.
Maybe I'll buy a 44 lever gun.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. That's the only one I would buy.
I don't know. The only other 44 I shot was a Deagle, and I thought it was great. But I'd like to either rent or probably just buy a 44 Magnum revolver. But it's got to be something with a long barrel and good sights. Probably like a Black Hawk or Super Black Hawk. I think I'd like a single action.
And I shot one of those. Well, let's see. I shot a Black Hawk and a Red Hawk, and I forget which one was the 44 Magnum and which one was the 41 Magnum. But I've shot one of each. It was neat.
The Red Hawk's double action only, right?
I don't remember which one's which.
I think the Red Hawk's double action only, and the Black Hawk's double single.
Okay, and double single I'm fine with too.
I thought one of them was single only, but maybe I'm wrong.
I want either single action only or double single, but I'd like to have like an 8-inch barrel, maybe ported. But the sights are more important than whether or not the barrel's ported or whatnot. I want some decent sights on there. I don't want to put a scope on it. Now, if I bought it used and it came with a scope and rings, and I got a good deal on it, okay, sure. But brand new, no, iron sights.
God damn it.
And I did order my reload dies for 44 Magnum yesterday. So I'll be looking forward to trying that out. Are you watching sports or just sucking at video games, Maggie?
I am watching sports. I recorded the Red Wings game from last night. I don't know the score. As of right now, they're not doing well.
Lost.
I'm just going to assume you're trolling Moon because that's going to piss me off.
I don't know myself.
And I just wanted to make sure Squib knew that I don't know the
We got a
score
50-50 chance of.
He may have watched it, so don't tell me. Is my point.
I absolutely would not have watched it. I can't stand hockey.
Oh,
I thought
get
it
the
was
fuck out of my
lacrosse.
state.
I thought it was a
Well, that's just
lacrosse
it, though. Maggie, I'm not from here. I might have lived here longer than I lived anywhere else, but I'm not from here.
Then,
hey, I like Fago.
Well, that's a step in the right direction. But if you don't like the Red Wings, I can't believe I've wasted so much time talking to you.
No, see, that's just it, though. I don't go out of my way to I don't know, stop somebody from watching the Red Wings or something like that. Hockey just doesn't do anything for me. I grew up with NASCAR, So I come up here and y'all don't know what racing is, even though you got a big racetrack.
Yeah, Michigan
And,
Speedway's awesome, dude.
Yeah, but people up here, they weren't into NASCAR until like Days of Thunder, and it's like, oh, I'm a NASCAR fan. It's like, oh, you just saw a movie. Shut up, you know. So
I got to meet
but
Dave Blaney. That guy's
That's a
freaking
good
awesome.
movie, though.
Yeah,
Tom
Dave
Cruise
Blaney
and
is.
the Shane's brother, or no, not Shane's brother, Daryl's brother. He was in
But
Earl.
yeah,
Is that his name?
NASCAR's. Yeah, that's it. No, NASCAR is more popular over time, but hockey's something I did not grow up with. And then I come up here and I got to go to gym class. I'm getting my ass kicked with hockey sticks. They're hitting me in the head with hockey sticks, and I'm going, I don't think I like this hockey thing. Now there are hockey teams. There are hockey teams down south, but when I moved up here from down south, there weren't hockey teams, or at least I never heard of them. It's to get all the Yankees that have moved down there to spend their money going to hockey or whatnot. So
well, yeah, that's why Florida has 2 teams.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that retire down in Florida.
If you enjoy it, that's fine. I'll watch my racing, you watch your hockey, and then we'll all go shooting.
Yeah. But yeah. So going back to the Dave Blaney thing, though, obviously you said you knew, you recognized the name or whatever. So he was never like a superstar or anything.
No. He was good at dirt racing, I believe. But his son is really good.
Oh, cool. I'll root for him now then.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there was a race at the Michigan Speedway, and my dad works with some companies that at one point sponsored Dave Blaney, or were one of the sponsors, and so they got tickets to the race, and it was one of them. It was like a sales call for them type of thing. But I was younger. I think I was in high school or whatever. But I was just tagging along. And they had a thing where like a little like courtesy tent, before the race, you went and had dinner or like food and, whatever. I guess it wouldn't be dinner because it wasn't like it was nighttime, but whatever, what I mean? Yeah, they had food. And then Dave Blaney came by and like signed some stuff and like talked for a little bit or whatever. So anyways, like that tent was right across from DuPont's tent. So it's one of them things like we're sitting there and they're like eating the stuff and the guys are talking business and all that shit or whatever. And you hear like all these people start cheering. And it's like, oh, Jeff Gordon must be there, right? Because they were like, yay, woohoo. And he's like, hey, everybody, have a good race. See ya. And like he walked out. Like I could hear him over like the loudspeakers and shit. He literally was there for like 30 seconds. So then Dave Blaney shows up and I'm like, oh, great. Like, hi, nice to meet you type of thing. So anyways, he's like, hey, everyone, we're going to have a good race, blah, blah. I expected him to leave. He's like, so, I'll sign some stuff. So we all kind of walked up and, shook his hand and he signed some giveaway type things because we all got like swag. And then he's like, he's sitting there and I expected him to kind of leave that. And he's like, oh, what do you guys got at the buffet? And he like walked over and he like ate some chicken wings. He's just like sitting there like at the table with everybody, like talking to him. He's just like a regular dude. Like if you didn't know any better, you thought he was a guy who like bought a ticket. You know what I mean? Yep. And he's like, well, I guess I better go get in the race car now. See y'all later. It's like he hung out with us for like an hour.
Yeah, some of those NASCAR guys are really down to earth. I mean, some of them are into hunting. There was a guy who came over from IndyCar racing, and he's used to traveling the world and stuff, and he got into stock car racing. A lot of these IndyCar guys that get into stock car racing usually quit after a couple of years because they find out it's a lot harder than IndyCar racing, and people go, how can that be? They don't travel the world, and the cars don't go as fast. Believe me, stock car racing is harder. And they were interviewing him and his wife, and his wife said, I can't believe this. The other wives want to talk to me. Their kids want to play with our kids. They want to, they're very nice. And she said, in IndyCar racing, nobody talks to anybody and everybody's they just keep themselves and are rude and all this. She goes, they're just so nice and so inviting and just, and that's sort of the way it is. Even though not everybody's from down south no more, it's still got that, the most of it's in North Carolina, based in North Carolina, and they still have that southern hospitality thing. And and that sort of thing. But some of these NASCAR guys are really down to earth, and some of them don't have a filter when they talk, and I don't know if they get in trouble with their sponsors and whatnot. But in all fairness to Dave Blaney, it's not his driving ability. The guy is talented. It's the fact that he didn't race for a team that had a big budget. A lot of it has to do with budget. I've seen Dave Blaney dodge wrecks that other guys couldn't dodge. I've seen him do some other stuff in his car that showed that the guy knew what he was doing when he was out on the racetrack. But if you don't have enough budget, you're not going to have a fast enough pit crew. You're not going to have a good enough engine. You're not going to have as much money to pay to test or wind tunnel or all the other things that help win a championship. So it's not his talent at all. It's strictly the teams he's striving for. But his son's been real lucky because he's got the name. He kind of got fast tracked a little bit, and Dad was able to help him get through some of the minor league stuff and get recognized. And his son is doing good now because his son is with a team that's got budget. So that's life in racing.
Yep. Well, I'm just waiting for the Gun Channels car,
There's an NRA car from time to time, or NRA will sponsor a race. And I have seen Remington before. Remington sponsored Dale Earnhardt Jr. And I know that Richard Childress, he's one of the richest guys in NASCAR. He owns a couple teams, and he's been around for a long, long time. He's big into hunting. I know Clint Boyer's big into hunting. Yeah, there's some of that, but it would be great if Gun Channels had a car, or maybe there'd be a Gun Channels arena where they played hockey.
Well, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get right on that. I'm gonna call up Illich and be like, "Hey, I know, you built this thing, and it's gonna call Little Caesars Arena, but how about you call it Gun Channels Arena instead?"
You call Illich, you'd be like, "Hey, it's Smeggy." Yeah, hey.
Well, actually, I kind of have an in with Illich in a way. I mean, he wouldn't take my phone calls, but my aunt and uncle negotiated with him back in the day when they built Comerica Park, because they own a business, a food business, and they want it, basically they were possibly going to be in the arena, providing food, but it ended up kind of falling through just because it's not fast food. It kind of takes a little bit of time, and that's not the demographic you have when you're at a baseball game. You want to be able to order your stuff, get it, and walk away. That's why you have hot dogs and pre-made pizza and all that different shit. If it's going to take a little bit of time to make, and yeah, they could do batches and stuff, but it wouldn't have worked out as good, so it kind of fell through. But anyways, yes, my aunt and uncle have personally talked with Illich before.
Yeah, but just the fact that you can go, this is Smeggy. But I mean, if that doesn't work, you could always say, I know Edge.
Mm-hmm. I could try that, yeah.
It works for me everywhere. No, it doesn't.
I'll tell you this, it has worked for me everywhere I've ever used it.
Yeah, there you go.
Or I mean, actually, it has
never failed you?
It's never failed when I've done it. I might have never done it, but it's never failed when I have.
I was going to ask him, hey, can I tell people I know you? But I know the answer would be no.
There we go. All right, boys.
I think part of the reason I never got into hockey was I didn't grow up with it. Not that I grew up with a whole lot of sports, but NASCAR was one of them. And I tried to watch racing. As a matter of fact, I used to watch the Grand Prix in Detroit when I lived down south, and then I move up here, and then they don't have it on TV because they want you to go to it. And that was when I just stopped watching IndyCar racing, and I never got back into IndyCar racing. I tried to watch some of it, but it doesn't really do much for me. And some of the other racing, I've watched a little bit, but pretty much stock car is about it. Now there's a lot of different I don't know what you want to call it, leagues or whatever you want to call it of stock car racing. So it isn't just NASCAR, or it isn't just the Sprint Cup or whatnot. So I do watch different kinds of stock car racing. But yeah, I just never got into hockey, and yeah, getting the shit kicked out of me with being hit with hockey pucks and hockey sticks in 8th grade gym class just really did a lot for me to not like it. Well, that's what you do when you have some dumb redneck move up from Georgia to Michigan. You beat the crap out of them. That's just life. It builds character.
Yeah. Well, it's probably because you kept calling all the pop Coke.
No, that's just it though. Even though I did live in
flavor
Georgia,
Coke?
I never called it Coke because I didn't live in Atlanta. I lived in Southwest Georgia, so I called it soda. But I called it soda pop, and I didn't know what was the big deal about all that hockey and what's a puck and a goal and why y'all think I talk funny and yeah. So.
It's because you talk real slow. That's what I learned, man. I've worked a couple weeks in Georgia, and it was actually like at the Georgia-Alabama border. There's a Kia plant down there, and it's in the middle of freaking nowhere. Like, there's not even a gas station or anything at the exit. Like, you got to get back on the highway and go down 2 exits before you can get a gas station or a fast food place. Like, it's literally in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, man, those guys, they were talking. It's like, oh my God, you guys are talking so slow. And like everyone was doing it. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
It's a whole different culture down there. They don't, there are unions down there, but it's not as, it's bigger now than what it used to be, but they're not used to unions. They're not used to manufacturing. They're not, you know, I grew up down there. Those are good people. It's just a whole different lifestyle. They're not used to some of the, and then plus, I mean, if it weren't for all the Yankees moving down there, for all the factories that they put down there to get the tax breaks and stuff like that, there wouldn't be foreigners down south. Foreigners just didn't move there. I move up here, and everybody's got a ski at the end of their name or something else like that. There's so many different nationalities up here, and I was like, what's a Euro? And you know, I mean, I'd never met somebody who was Polish descent or Greek descent until I moved to Michigan.
What's this gyro thing?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh, you mean a hero? Like,
yeah,
what?
So, or the Canadian. I thought Canadian money was so cool, and people are like, throw that in the garbage. That's junk, you know? It's like, what? I've never seen this stuff before. And they're like, oh, man, you really are from, you know, Bumpkinville or something. So, yeah, it's just a whole different thing. But, I mean, that was a long time ago, too. Nowadays, it's a lot more, you know, I remember when they moved or they built the Saturn plant down in Tennessee, and I knew people in school whose dads worked for GM, and they were getting moved down to Tennessee, and these kids did not want to leave Michigan and go to Tennessee. And I mean, I've gone down to North Carolina for my previous employer. I went down there twice to handle quality issues, and the reason I went down there was because I used to live in North Carolina. They're like, do you know where Reedsville is? And I'm like, yeah, I went to summer camp there. And it's like, go, you know, and
you can talk to these people.
No, and that's just it. That's what I did. I got into the one plant and I turned on my southern drawl and I started talking about things from North Carolina that only I would know because I used to live there. Next thing you know, I'm in good with these guys, and they're like, hey, you ain't got no quality issue no more. Why don't you go on back to Michigan, tell your boss everything's just fine, you know? And so, I mean, yeah, it's just a matter of just getting along. But when you're in 8th grade and you're getting hit with a hockey stick and you go, y'all quit. Well, you know what that means? That means could more of you please hit me with more hockey sticks. So,
did you not know that translates into
y'all
more
quit?
often?
You know, that was just stupid of me. But, you know, like I said, it builds character. It's, you know, it's no big deal. All kinds of people get, you know, get in fights in school and things like that. You just build character. That's all. Yeah, it's funny now. Back then it wasn't, but yeah, it is. It is absolutely funny because, you know, it didn't send me to the hospital or nothing. I'm not scarred for life. And when I remember I came home on leave once and I went to a high school basketball game because one of the guys I went to high school with, his younger brother was really, really good. And everybody, I mean, it was being talked about enough that I heard about it in North Carolina. And I came home on leave and I wanted to go see his brother play. And I walked into the gymnasium where they were playing, and everybody stopped and looked at me. Everybody in the bleachers, everybody on the court, even this kid that I came to see, stopped dribbling the ball and looked at me because I walked in my military uniform. And it was weird. The whole place stopped and looked at me, and I wasn't trying to make an entrance, but when I came home on leave, I would wear my uniform. And I saw some of the guys I went to high school with, and they were all the jocks and stuff like that. And I was a nerd, and whatever, right? And I walked over there, and the first guy saw me, and he goes, "You didn't come back to kick our ass, did you?" You know. So I got my redemption. I was fine. I was good. You know. So.
They'd be like, "Tell you what, you get a hockey stick, I get an M16. Let's see what happens."
Yeah. Nah, it wasn't like that. But you know, they were asking me how I was doing, and apparently I was married, and none of them were yet. And I'm thinking, well, you know, I guess you guys haven't gone on with life. But yeah, I live in another state. I'm married, and I got a military career. So, but it's, you know, it's not like that. I've run into guys from high school before, and there's no hard feelings. You know, it's like, yeah, you were cool and I wasn't. You picked on me, and big deal. We're all grown up now. We have mortgages and kids, and hey, whatever. It's all fine. It's, you know, these people that go, I was scarred for life and couldn't. Oh, whatever, dude. Get over it.
I don't know though, dude. You seemed pretty triggered when I said something about hockey. So
yeah, this just brought back that old memory. No, I just hockey to me is like soccer. It's too slow.
Oh, come on now.
I do like watching the fights. And I got to say, I know more about hockey than I ever wanted to know from Drew and Mike and Mitch Albom. So listening to it on the radio, or listen to people talk about it on the radio, I know stuff about it, but I've never gone to a game. You couldn't get me to sit through a whole one. So,
I was just going to offer to take you to a game, but now I'm not going to.
I just embarrass you.
Because I need to go to at least one game this year, you know, before they close Joe Louis. And I don't know who I'm going to go with. Got to find someone else who likes hockey.
Well, I mean, if you need a designated driver, that's usually what I end up doing. Going to sporting events or concerts or stuff like that. I'm the sober one that drives all the drunkies home. So, you know, got to drag them out. They're puking everywhere. Throw them in the car.
Dude, it's too expensive to get drunk at a hockey game, dude. They're like freaking $12 beers or something. I'm not drinking 10 of them.
What you do is you put it on your credit card and you don't know about it and you're feeling good. And then the next day you check your statement and you go, holy shit. Yeah. No, I don't do a lot of concerts and sporting events and stuff like that. And somebody was talking to me about it once and they said, oh, I know what your problem is. You're always a designated driver. That's why you don't like it. So it's like, oh, well, I guess. But
I don't know. I don't get wasted when I go out to stuff. There was this dude I used to work with. He was a couple years younger, and it's like I was, you know, whatever, like 23 at the time or whatever, and he was like 20 or 21, something like that, whatever it was. I guess at one point he was 21 because he was going to these concerts and stuff. But basically every time he would tell me about this concert he went to, he left, passed out, or got kicked out before the end of it, of every single concert he went to. I'm like, what is the point of spending $80 on a ticket, watching the opening act, puking your brains out, and getting kicked out? Like, you didn't even see the people you were there to go see.
This is what I would do.
It was so awesome. I'm like, really, dude? Like, why don't you just sit at home and hit yourself in the head with a hammer? Save your money. Same effect.
Well, because he's not going to remember any of it. Yeah.
Listen to the CD, hit yourself in the head with a hammer a couple times, and go to bed.
What I used to do when I was younger, and I did more of it, was I would get everybody to pay for my ticket, pay for the parking. I would even use their car, their gas, everything else. The deal was I stayed stone sober. These guys would get drunk, they'd get high, whatever. They paid for everything. The problem was, after a while, I got sick of dragging 2, 3, 4 guys out of these places, and they're all messed up and things like that. And, you know, I'd get them home safely and things like that. And I wasn't big into crowds either, but I could go to a concert or something like that for free, but I fell asleep at 2 concerts because I was working 16, 18-hour shifts, and I was so tired. I was lucky to get 3, 4 hours sleep a night, and I fell asleep at 2 concerts, not because I was drinking and didn't have a drop of alcohol in me. I was just so tired. If you stopped me, if I sat still too long, I'd fall asleep. I'd fall asleep standing up. So Yeah, I've missed parts of 2 concerts from sleeping, but it wasn't alcohol related. But yeah, my wife and I, we were together 11 years before she finally got me to go to a concert with her. So that's how little going out and doing that stuff I do. But usually I'm DD. But sporting events are the same thing. I mean, they're held at the same venues, big crowds, blah 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 blah. I mean, I went to my first college football game the end of last year. I'd never done that before. Never been in Ford Field. Never been there before. Okay, I'm kind of lame.
Wow, there's a lot of chat going on outside there.
I'm downstairs. I guess I could go upstairs and see it.
You mean
AR Pro? What the hell, Dead Horse? It's not AR Pro. It's AK Pro.
Streamlights. A fake Streamlight?
Well, I'm going to go eat some dinner, so I'll be back later.
All right,
You guys
take it
have
easy,
fun.
man.
Yeah, I think they're talking about the light to put on a weapon.
Well, I'm actually gonna jump out of this here.
Okay.
I need to go run to the store real quick, and Matt's gonna start up here in about 45 minutes. So I want to do that before. But anyways, good talking to you as always.
Yeah, same.
So take it easy.
You too.